Hey, the new house looks great. How are you liking it here?
Well,
You wouldn't expect this in your home.
What?
Why on earth would you do it in ours? Hillsborough County put waste in its place.
Good evening, everyone. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the March 14th, 2022 zoning hearing, master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady. He's to my left. He's with the Development Services Department, and he will go over other staff members, their introductions, and also any changes we have to tonight's agenda. Mr. Grady.
Good evening. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. Before I go through the changes of the agenda, other staff that will be joining us online tonight are Chris Grandon, Leonard, Isis Brown, Tanya Capella, Tim Lampkin, and Sam Ball with the County Development Services. Representing the County Attorney's Office would be Mary Dorman and drawing a blank. Cameron Clark.
It happens to all of us. It's okay.
And I'm not sure who the planning commissioner representative is, so they could introduce themselves. That would be helpful.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Now go through. We have three changes on tonight's agenda. The first change is on page 4, item A3, major mod application 21-1106. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item 2, the second change is on page 7 of the agenda, item D5, rezoning PD 21-1337, RV Retailer Florida Real Estate LLC. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the May 16, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. I believe the applicant is either here or online to explain the reasons for the continuance request.
Is the applicant here for agenda item D5, rezoning PD 21-1337? Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. Megan Smith with Gardner Brewer Hudson.
All right, and you're requesting a continuance?
Yes, we have been given some transportation comments, and we are going to need to do a transportation analysis. Our transportation consultant is working with staff to just figure out the parameters of that transportation analysis that it can be done to staff satisfaction. So we just need some time to get that completed.
All right, let me ask if there's anyone here or online that was here to speak to that item and would like to talk to only the continuance, not the merits of the item, but only the continuance. Is anyone here in the room or online for agenda item D5, rezoning PD 21-1337?
Yes, I do. I wish to speak to the continuance.
Okay.
I would like to know if this is the third request by the applicant, because as I understand it, three reschedulings caused the application to be rejected. And I think this is like the third rescheduling.
All right. Are you Mrs. Belcher? Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Could you just give us your name and address just for the record, and we'll have staff answer your question.
Okay, it's Elizabeth Belcher, and I live in Seffner, Florida.
All right. Mr. Grady?
Yes, the requirement of the Land Development Code is not 3 continuances. There's a requirement that the application must be heard within 6 months from the originally scheduled hearing and can't continue past that date. If you like, I can certainly check on that date to see when will be the last date for that.
If we could confirm that the request, the applicant is requesting Ms. Belcher to go to the May 16th, 2022 zoning hearing, master hearing. Mr. Grady right now is going to confirm that that time frame is within the 180 days. So if you just hold on for just one moment, we'll confirm that.
Thank you.
While he's looking, was there anyone else either in the room or online that would like to speak to the continuance of this item? All right, seeing no one. So we'll hold just for a moment to confirm that date.
Excuse me. Yes, I do.
All right.
I'd like to speak.
If you could give us your name and address, sir, before you start.
Yes, my name is Herbert Belcher, Seffner, Florida.
And did you want, we're only taking comments regarding the continuance. Did you have the same question as Ms. Belcher?
No.
All right, go ahead then.
My issue is more or less directly associated with the timing. We have, in the community, we've had a meeting with these people in February, and we were told at that meeting that they were going to get us certain information. Well, lo and behold, we haven't got that information. And now at the very last minute, they're asking for another continuance, which we had no idea until today, literally today. And so I'm trying to figure out why they have to wait till the very last minute to do these things. They are trying to make it hard for the community to set up any kind of feasible argument against them. And here it goes again. They're constantly doing this. We need to have something taken care of. This is wrong.
All right, thank you, Mr. Belcher. I'm sure you have their attention now in terms of their the information that you were expecting, and the applicant can reach out to you. Mr. Grady, did you confirm that date?
Yeah, the last hearing they could go to would be the June 13th zoning hearing, Master.
All right, so Ms. Belcher, in answer to your question, the request for the item to be continued to May 16th is within the boundaries of the Land Development Code for them to be heard. So given that, I will grant the continuance to the May 16th, 2022 hearing at 6 p.m. for rezoning PD 21-1337. Mr. Grady.
The final change on the agenda is on page 6, item C1, rezoning PD 22-076, just correcting some of the information in the agenda item with respect to the applicant names, correcting the acreage on the agenda and the plan category. So again, just clerical corrections on the record for that item. That concludes the changes to the agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is agenda item A1, rezoning 20-1253. This application is continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, major mod application 21-0963. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3 was withdrawn as noted in the changes to the agenda. Item A4, major mod application 21-1270. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, rezoning PD 21-1321. This application has been continued by staff to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, rezoning PD 21-1330. This application has been withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A7, major mod application 21-1334. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, rezoning PD 21-1338. This application has been continued by the applicant at the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 22-0075. This application has been continued by the applicant at the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, rezoning PD 22-0083. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, major mod application 22-0089. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, major mod application 22-0109. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, rezoning PD 22-0181. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 22-0209. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A15, major mod application 22-0221. This application has been continued by staff to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, major mod application 22-0223. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A17, rezoning standard 22-0295. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, major mod application 22-0313. This application is being continued by staff to the May 16, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, rezoning PD 22-0319. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, rezoning PD 22-0420. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A21, rezoning standard 22-0422. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A22, rezoning standard 22-0423. This application is out of order to be heard and is continued to the April 18, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. So that concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Grady. I appreciate it. Let me start by going over our hearing procedures today. The hearing consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by a zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners, who make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of the testimony. I'll call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Mr. Grady of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction for each agenda item. We'll then go to the applicant. The applicant and their team has a total of 15 minutes to present their case. Next up is the Development Services staff planner that was assigned the case. That planner will present the county's findings and has 5 minutes to do so. Next will be the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to report on their findings of consistency of the application with the comprehensive plan. Then we'll go to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an agenda item. Total proponent presentation time is 15 minutes. The same is true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. All told, everybody has 15 minutes, excuse me. Then we'll go back to the Development Services Department, who has 5 minutes. The staff has 5 minutes to address any issues, corrections, whatever needs to be determined based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, we go back to the applicant who has the last word. They have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Now, regarding that time, that 15 minutes for proponents and opponents, I know we have some folks that are signed up for both on a couple of petitions. What I will do when we get to that section is I will ask everyone how many people want to speak in support. We'll get a raise of hands. I will count them. Same is true for opponents. And we will divide that 15 minutes by the number of people that want to speak. So I would suggest if you have a number of people here, that one, you could either use a spokesperson to more efficiently use your time. All testimony that you put in writing can be submitted into the record. So if you want to have a lengthy presentation, but not the time to speak tonight, you certainly can submit it into the record. And I promise you, I read all of it. So however you want to do it to best represent your position, that's fine. But I will keep to those 15 minutes. We have a number of cases tonight. We have, the county has a policy that I cannot open a new case past midnight. It happened 2 months ago. We got here and someone who had the last case, we got all the way to midnight and couldn't get to them. And they had to sit here the whole night and was not heard. So believe me, that person who has the last agenda item wants you to hurry up and keep with those timeframes. So I will. All right. So when you come up, either if you're in the room or if you're participating virtually, if you'd like to speak tonight, always start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing both visually, and also we have a court reporter with a transcript, and we want to make sure we get who is speaking accurately for which application. So always come up, when you come up, name and address for the record. And then if you are in the room,
a public records thing, where's that located at?
Excuse me? I don't know who's speaking.
That's Herbert Belcher.
This Borough County.
We will get to that, Ms. Belcher or Mr. Belcher. We will get to that in just a moment. The county attorney.
And it goes public and public.
No, that's optics. That's
Okay, optics.
PGM.
Okay, PGM. Got it. That's
all right, Mr. and Mrs. Belcher, I would ask if we have to move on with this hearing, but I will get to the county attorney in just a moment who will explain that public participation process. If we could please mute their microphone so we could move on. Thank you. All right. So when you come up to the podium, if you're in the room and you want to speak, when you are done, if you could please see Robbie, she's to my right. She's with the clerk's office. And if you could also sign in with your name and address and the application number from which you're speaking. And that is your opportunity to submit any documents you would like into the record for our review. Now, let me go to Ms. Dorman. I see her on camera. She is with the county attorney's office, and she will explain the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
And this is Mary Dorman from the county attorney's office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its May 10th, 2022 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on April 4th, 2022. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record either prior to or at the zoning hearing master public hearing are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Ms. Dorman, before you leave, I just want to make sure we're clear. So one of the qualifications to be a party of record is if you present testimony at tonight's hearing, correct?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Officer.
And then further, there's no form to fill out or anything to file to be a party of record if you spoke at tonight's hearing. You just go to the Board of County Commissioners and speak. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's understood. All right, thank you so much. All right, now that we have done that, let me remind you that if you ask you if you plan to speak tonight, I need to swear you in. Your testimony must be under oath, so please stand and raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. All right, then with that, Mr. Grady, we're ready to call the first case.
The first item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 22-0076. The applicant is Apartment Group LL. The request is rezone from agricultural rural to agricultural single-family conventional 1. Chris Grandin-Leonard will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. I understand the applicant is virtual. Is that correct? Oh, good evening, Mr. Horner.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Very good. I'm Michael Horner, for the record, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the Apartment Group on this matter. I will be brief. I have been sworn. We do not have any site plans associated with this Euclidean district, Ms. Finch, so this we're not going to have a PowerPoint for you tonight. This is a tract that is off Turkey Creek Road on the east side. It's directly across from Durant High School. This was amended from an original filing some months ago at 65 acres. Unfortunately, we discovered that we thought there might have been a graphical Scrivener error on the comp plan Res 1 mapping designation. It comes to find out that they actually desired to split the comp plan, this parent tract, Ms. Finch. So although it's under unified ownership, unified zoning, and unified land use, it does have 2 plan sector classifications. It is AR all around to the east. However, we have Res 1 to the north, we have Res 1 to the west, we have Res 1 to the south, and my clients own property outside of the AR plan sector. This folio number extends to the east. We thought it would have been a logical segue of that Res 1. Unfortunately, my clients had to withdraw a portion of that first filing for ASC 1 zoning because the Res 1 only applies on the western 7.25 acres. Therefore, the tract and the rezoning request before you tonight is just for the western portion of this parent tract. Our clients will have to come in on a subsequent comp plan amendment in the future from AR to Res 1 to expand that existing Res 1 further east. For that reason, we are seeking that ASC 1 tonight only on the western 7.25 acres. We have ASC 1 and AS 1 zoning throughout this area. We have a small lot pattern for 1 acre lots that are consistent with the Res 1. Obviously, Durant High School is a intensive land use directly across from this vacant agricultural zone tract. So we have unanimous recommendations for approval. There are no conditions. We have no variations. We do not have any objections. And we would ask for you to find this consistent with the comp plan and approval for this request to ASC 1. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
No questions at this time, but thank you for your testimony. Development Services, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Chris Gralinar, Development Services. Okay, bring my presentation up. Okay, presenting application 22-0076, which is the rezoning from agricultural rural to the proposed agricultural single-family conventional. The location is at the northeast corner of Turkey Creek Road and West Keysville Road in Plant City. The location is in the rural service area, and it's not located in a community plan area. The future land use is RS1, Residential 1. Res 1 is to the north and south. Agricultural rural is to the east. And public quasi-public is to the west, and the maximum density is one dwelling unit per gross acre for that zone, for that future land use. And as Mr. Horner said, to the east is the AR agricultural rural that had to split off from the parcel for this rezoning. Current zoning for this classification is AR. The zoning district immediately to the north, south, and west is AS1, and immediately to the east is AR. The approximate 7.2 acre lot is in the Res 1 future land use portion of the 63.5 acre parent tract that is located at the northeast corner of Turkey Creek Road and West Keysville Road. The parcel is in an area comprised of single-family, residential, and agricultural. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to single-family residential to the north, zoned AS1. Durant High School is to the west, across Turkey Creek Road, and single-family residential zoned AS1 is to the south, across West Keysville Road. The subject property is designated R1 on the future land use map, and the Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The majority of the surrounding uses and zoning districts are similar to the request, single family and agricultural lots, and therefore the rezoning of the subject parcel from AR to ASC1 would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the residential 1 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the ASC1 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission. As mentioned previously, this site is located in the residential 1 future land use category. It's located in the rural area and not located within the limits of a community plan. With regards to the rural area, Objective 4 of the future land use element provides for the rural area long-term agricultural uses and large lot and low-density rural residential uses. The established standard is no more than 20% of all population growth within the county is to occur in the rural area. This is to prevent the encroachment of urban or suburban development. The proposed rezoning will not encourage higher densities or smaller lot sizes than what is already existing within the area. Objective 16 of the future land use element and its accompanying policies 16.1 and 16.3 require the protection of existing neighborhoods. The proposed rezoning to ASC1 complements the neighborhood as it's proposing low density. While it is located in front of a public school, it still helps to keep traffic low and maintains pedestrian safety. As a result, this use is compatible with the surrounding area and meets the intent of the future land use element policies previously described. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County.
All right.
Questions, thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Anyone at all? Seeing no one? Anyone in opposition to this request? No one? Okay. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Horner, you have the last word.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Nothing further, just to note that if this was in the urban service area, we would be able to do a planned flex up to 500 feet. It would avoid that conflict we have tonight. That we are in the rural service area, that planned flex is not available. So that being said, we'll follow up with the comp plan amendment later and after your support and approval of this 7-acre rezone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning 22-0076 and go to the next case.
The next item is item C2, rezoning standard 22-0427. The Appings Brickmeyer Law Group. The requester is the rezone from AR and AS1 to ASC1. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. I understand. Oh, Mr. Brickmeyer, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Finch. Clayton Brickmeyer Law Group, 4427 West Kennedy Boulevard, representing the applicant. I will spare you a presentation and just tell you that I'm available for questions.
I don't have any questions at this time, but I appreciate it. Development Services, please.
Good evening. Isis Brown, Development Services. Can you see me okay?
I can.
Okay. You can hear me. All right. Perfect. Good evening. Isis Brown, Development Services. Property case in question 22-0427. The request is to rezone from an existing AR agricultural rural and AS1 agricultural single family residential to the zoning district to the proposed agricultural single family residential ASC1 zoning district. The proposed zoning districts or ASC1 permits agricultural and related uses and single family conventional development on lots containing a minimum of 1 acre. The property in question, it's a total of 9.7 acres approximately, of which approximately 8.58 acres is the AR's a portion of it, and 1.2 plus or minus 1.2 acres is ASC1. The density of the AR, it's 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, and of the current AS1 zoning district is 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. The proposed is 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. The site is located on the north side of Sparkman Road in Plant City, Florida. The site is located in an area comprising of agricultural and single-family residential uses. A majority of the surrounding area and sites are in the Res 1 future land use category, which permits agricultural and single-family residential uses. The property is surrounded by Res 1 category properties as well, and the adjacent properties to the north, south, east, and west are AS1. The site is located outside of the Hillsborough County urban service area, so the site will be serviced by The subject site is located outside of the Hillsborough County Urban Service Area. Therefore, water and wastewater service will be private well and septic. The size and depth of the subject parcel in relation to the other adjacent agricultural and residential uses would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern of the agricultural and residential zoning districts in the area. Based on the Res 1 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed ASC 1 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 1 Future Land Use category. It's located in the rural area and not located within the limits of a community plan. Objective 4 of the Future Land Use element notes that 20% of the growth in the region will occur in the rural service area. The subject site is in the rural area, and the proposal meets the intent of the objective and policy as mentioned by maintaining a low density, large lot residential character. According to Objective 9 of the Future Land Use element, all development must comply with federal, state, and local land development regulations. Policy 9.1 states that each land use plan category shall have a set of zoning districts that may be permitted within the land use category. The intent of the Residential 1 category is to designate areas for low density, large lot residential uses that are compatible with short-term agricultural uses. Therefore, the proposal meets the requirements of the Residential 1 land use designation. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies protect existing neighborhoods and development by ensuring compatibility with the surrounding area through buffering, requirements, and mitigation techniques. Policy 16.8 specifically requires that the density and lot sizes of the surrounding area to be compatible with new development. The existing uses in the area are primarily agricultural with low density residential dwellings interspersed throughout. The surrounding area has AR and AS1 zoning, which is compatible with the ASC1 proposed zoning district. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of the agricultural general and retention policies 29.4 and 30.6 of Objective 29 and 30 to provide the preservation and expansion of agricultural and related uses, especially in the rural area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. And I'm available for questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Either in the room or online? All right, no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Brickelmeyer?
Thank you very much.
All right, then with that, we will close rezoning 22-0427 and go to the next case.
The next item is in item C3, rezoning standard 22-0462. The applicant's ProStar Multi-Services LLC. The request is rezoned from AR to RSC9. Chris Graham-Leonard will provide staff recommendations or presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Ms. Finch, Michael Horner again, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing ProStar Multi-Services. I'll be brief. This is a Euclidean district, the RSC9 district. We have unanimous recommendations of approval. We are in the SMU6 plan sector. We are consistent with all plan policies. We have no objections or agency comments to their adverse to this request. This is next to the Tampa Bypass Canal to the west. There is a PD to the east that I represented some years ago that incorporated RSC9 standards. Also, the RSC9 2 lots to the south, 1 lot to the south actually, was approved by staff and the county recently as well. We are seeking the same RSC9 district. This is for 3 single-family lots, detached homes, Ms. Finch. We will have to connect to public water and sewer. We're seeking no waivers And don't believe we have any objections or opposition. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
None at this time, but thank you. Development Services.
Good evening, Chris Grellenard again from Development Services. Get my presentation up. Okay, application 22-0462. Applicant is proposing to rezone from agricultural rural to agricultural rural zoning district to the proposed residential single-family conventional 9 zoning district. The site is located, there are two different addresses, 11512 and 11514 Jefferson Road in Thonotosassa. And it's located in the urban service area and in the Thonotosassa community plan area. The future land use is SMU 6. SMU 6 is to the north, south, and east. And to the west, where the canal is public, quasi-public. The maximum density for that future land use is 6 dwelling units per gross acre. The current zoning is AR, agricultural rural, and zoning district to the north, south, and west is also AR, and to the east, across Jefferson Road is PD 140189, which also has RSC 9 requirements. Approximate 0.62 acre property is comprised of 2 parcels, both zoned AR, agricultural rural. The subject parcels located at 11512 and 11514 Jefferson Road are within an area comprised of single-family residential and neighborhood churches. The subject parcels are directly adjacent to the Tampa Bypass Canal, zoned AR to the west, and vacant single-family residential to the north, zoned AR. To the south is a parcel owned by the Southwest Florida Water Management District, also zones AR. To the east across Jefferson Road is a wetland conservation area for single-family residential PD 140189 that conforms to RSC 9 standards. The subject parcel is designated suburban mixed use 6 on the future land use map. The Planning Commission finds the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The majority of surrounding uses and zoning districts are similar to the request, RSC 9 standards conforming to single-family lots. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from AR to RSC 9 would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the suburban mixed use, future land use classification, surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the RSC 9 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
No questions at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use future land use category. It's in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Thonotosassa community plan. The subject property in the urban service area is where 80% or more of new growth is to be directed per the comprehensive plan. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 of the future land use element by providing growth in the urban service area. The 3 proposed lots meet the minimum density required in the SMU 6 designation, and the proposal is consistent with policy 1.2 of the future land use element. The applicant is requesting to develop 3 single-family residential lots. The proposed lot sizes meet RSC 9 standards and are consistent with the existing single-family developments to the north, east, and south of the site. The site is surrounded by single-family and public institutional uses. The proposed density is consistent with the surrounding residential densities. Therefore, the proposal meets policy 1.4 of the FLU. The application is consistent with Objective 12 and policy 12-4.1 of the community design component, as well as Objective 16 and policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.8 and 16.10 of the future land use element. Finally, the subject site is located within the limits of the Thonotasassa Community Plan. The proposal to develop the 3 single-family lots to provide opportunity for growth and add value to the community, therefore meeting the intent of the goals in the plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for Unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Horner?
Nothing further, Ms. Finch. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0462 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 21-0959. The applicant's Lennar Homes LLC. The request is rezone from AR to planned development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by our applicant. I will note that we did hand out some revisions to some of the transportation related conditions, which the applicant will speak to as part of their presentation.
All right. Good evening.
You need to turn the.
Oh, the microphone is not on. If you press the button that has the person on it, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Master. May I submit copies of our PowerPoint to you and the clerk?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good evening, Rebecca Kurt with Brooke, Shepherd, and Rocha, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910, representing Lennar Homes on this project off of Westlake Drive. Next slide, please. I'd like to introduce our project team tonight. With us, we have our applicant representing Lennar Homes, Parker Hirons, and Chelsea Hardy remotely. With me, we have Land Use Counsel Michael Brooks and myself. Our planner is Anna Rittenauer with Clearview Land Design. Our civil engineer of record is Chris O'Kelly with Clearview. Our transportation engineer is Steve Henry. Our ecologists are John Goolsby and Andrew Fuddy, and our biologist is Bill Griffey. Next slide, please. This is our general location map to try and familiarize you with where our project is in the area. It is within the Waimama Village Community Plan, which is shown in yellow. We are within the urban service area, which is shown in the bright blue line. And we are importantly and notably outside of the Waimama Village Rural 2 WVR2 land use area, which is the shaded blue area. We are outside of that area. Next slide, please. This is a close-up aerial of our site. It is approximately 75-acre assemblage of land. It is currently vacant or agricultural uses, except for a single-family home that you can see is located adjacent to Westlake Drive. You will also note the site is located within an area of the county that is approved for suburban level of density under the comprehensive plan. Our land category is Res 4, and you will hear more about those details later. You will notice that our site is a rectangle except for a notch on the east portion of that. That notch is approximately 5 acres, and it is the subject of a current pending rezoning, which is rezoning 22-0443, also with the applicant being Lennar Homes. Ordinarily, I would not talk about a rezoning that's not before you. However, it is referenced in the conditions that staff will provide to you. Condition 8 specifically allows that development of both zoning districts to be constructed as a unified development if both projects are approved.
If I could just stop you, because that was my question, the blending question. That is condition number 8. So where is that other rezoning in the process?
It is scheduled for a May zoning hearing master.
Okay, so they're not tracking together.
They're not tracking together. They were under different ownerships and it wasn't possible to get them together. But if they both are approved, they will be structured such that as long as you stay under the underlying density of the comprehensive plan and meet all requirements of both zonings, then you can blend across the sites.
So it would require that unified development plan to go forward if they were to be blended across?
Yes, we would have to come in at time of preliminary plat with a unified site development plan.
All right, thank you. That was my question regarding that. Go ahead.
Next slide, please. As you can see, the preservation area ended up taking up 18% of our project. We wanted to talk about this area first because It was such a large area that, as you can imagine, it drove a lot of our site plan and especially our access points and internal roadway configuration. So at this point, I'm going to call up John Goolsby from Clearview to talk about the technical aspects of our environmental issues. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm John Goolsby with Clearview Land Design, 3010 West Azile Street, Tampa, 33609. I have not been sworn in.
Okay, if there is anyone in the room or online that's going to speak to this application or anything else tonight, please stand, and they haven't been sworn, please stand and raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and you may proceed.
So I've been working on the environmental issues associated with this parcel for the last several months, and want to give you a real brief discussion of the efforts to date from the environmental perspective. In February 2021, Ecological Consulting Solutions, Inc. noted scrub jays on the property in that northeast corner, and Gopher tortoises during their field reviews. In March of 2021, ECS produced a supplemental scrub jay report based on a 5-day survey, and they defined the occupied habitat for the scrub jay and depicted them on their exhibits. Thank you. On December 6th, Andrew Fuddy of Applied Bionomics sent a package of information on the scrub jay report and the scrub jay report to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to obtain a no effect determination. And on December 17th, Aaron Guerrera from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service agreed that neither the scrub jays nor golden aster would be impacted by the project, and that would not result in a take for scrub jays. So also on December 6th, Clearview Land Design provided a package to Hillsborough County Natural Resources Department to summarize the listed species reviews to date and to present proposed habitat protection areas for the scrub jays and the golden aster. This package was also formally inserted into the rezoning file in a subsequent information package. So that exhibit up there is a blow up of the preservation area. The blue line is the proposed preservation area, which included the scrub and the blue jay occupied habitat area. The stars are the GPS locations of the golden aster on the site. The pink dashed line that we have is a 200-foot buffer from each of the golden asters, and then the yellow line is a 50-foot buffer from this whole area in order to help provide reasonable assurance for habitat protection. So the habitat area for preservation is approximately 14 acres in size. As a related matter, the site has been subjected to Gopher Tortoise Borough surveys. 3 boroughs have been identified. I think they were on the previous exhibit that you don't need to look at, but yeah, so it's there. And the applicant proposes to do a 100% Gopher Tortoise survey prior to any construction, and any tortoises that may be located outside the preservation area would be relocated into the preservation area, assuming that that relocation would be approved by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. So really, with all this preliminary work we've done, which typically more than what we would do for a rezoning, but we conclude that the county habitat protection requirements have been met by the plan and that the listed species will not be impacted by the project. So we understand that a detailed habitat management plan would be provided to natural resources and negotiated with them during future construction plan reviews. Just briefly on the wetland issue, the site has had a swift mud wetland delineation visit that occurred on February 17th. No, I'm sorry, the wetland survey was approved by Swift Mud on February 17th. There's a single wetland on the site that's 0.68 acres. It's not preserved, it's not proposed for impact. The copy of the Swift Mud approval letter and survey are going to be provided to you today for the record. It's our understanding the EPC policy is to accept the swift mud wetland lines, and you're available for any answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
No questions at this time. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, zoning hearing officer. My name is Anna Rittenauer, and I am a certified land planner with Clearview Land Design, 3010 West Azeel, Suite 150, and I have been sworn. This map is to show you that the project is within the Res 4 future land use category. To the north, east, and south is also Res 4. Adjacent to the west is Res 6, and it is within the urban service area. The surrounding zoning is AR, agricultural and pasture to the north, zoning and current land use. To the south, we have AR zoning. There is an enclosed and secured agricultural production operation and single-family residential. To the east is AR, vacant property and single-family residential, and to the west is AS1, single-family residential, and an approved PD. The site is located in an area of the county approved for a suburban level of density, and it requires a minimum density to accommodate planned growth. Next slide, please. So this request before you is a request to rezone property from agricultural rural to planned development with no associated variations or waivers requested. The approval would include 299 single-family residential units to equate to a density of 4 units per acre. Next slide, please. This is the general development plan associated with the PD. The main access points are shown to the west to Westlake Drive and to the east to Roosevelt Street. There are future access points provided to the north and south for connectivity once there's future development in the area. You can see that the site plan has provided a grid network and connectivity except for the preservation area in the northeast corner. Again, 18% of our site is provided for preservation. I think it's important to note that we're not having gates. This is not a gated development, and the Hillsborough County staff and Planning Commission have found this plan to be consistent with the Wamama Community Plan. Next slide, please. This is an excerpt from the PD plan. We have provided the lot development standards for various size lots. We've got 50 and 60 foot detached lots. On the bottom of the page is the 30 and 32 foot rear loaded detached lots. Next to that is the townhomes. And then any detached single family lot that is less than 50 feet, we would refer the reviewer to the conditions of approval. So I won't go through all of those tonight, but the list of conditions of approval provides for it's consistent with recent approvals in the county. It provides development standards that ensure quality development and also allows for the ability to develop various lot sizes and product types. Next slide, please. These are the key policies that the Planning Commission has found provide basis for consistency. I won't go through those individually, but you can see that there's quite a few there. Thank you for your time. I'll pass it over real quick to Steve. There's about 3 minutes left on the presentation. Good evening.
Madam Hearing Officer, if we do have about maybe 5 more minutes, so we'll keep this very brief. My role here, for the record, Michael Brooks, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910, Tampa 33602, here on behalf of Lennar. My portion here was to talk about a development agreement, which is referenced in the conditions. And so you may have noticed that that development agreement will be a tri-party agreement between the school board, Lennar, and the county. It is still in the course of being negotiated, so it is not part of your record this evening. But specifically with regard to condition 18, which is we call the Westlake improvements, and condition 20, the intersection improvements, they do require Lennar, or they would require Lennar to construct certain offset improvements. I'm going to ask Steve Henry to come up and address this real quick for you. Okay, next slide.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. This illustrates, one, we did the traffic analysis for the project, and two, we have submitted a design exception for Westlake Drive, which is deemed to be a substandard road. and that design exception has been deemed approvable by the county engineer. This project goes well beyond what would normally be required for a project of this magnitude. But what we're looking at in this graphic here, you can see we're improving Westlake Drive from State Road 674 down to Bishop Road, about 1.5 miles of roadway. If you go to the next slide. This illustrates the improvements that we're doing to Westlake Road. Basically, what we're doing is we're putting in 11-foot lanes, curb and gutter, and then instead of bike lanes, what we're doing is we're putting in 10-foot paths on each side of the roadway. Reason for that is the schools that are going in there on Westlake, that it's been determined that it's better to have those 10-foot bike paths than have the bike lanes. We don't want to have kids riding in the bike lanes, so we'd prefer to have the 10-foot. This was dictated by the county, so this is what we're providing along the entire segment of Westlake from 674 to Bishop Road. In addition to that, we're adding the turn lanes for the school, and we're also adding the turn lanes for this project. If you go to the next slide, this illustrates the intersection of 674 and Westlake. And this provides the turn lanes and geometry that we're adding to the intersection, which include east and westbound left turn lanes on 674, eastbound right turn lane. Then northbound, we're adding a left turn lane, a right turn lane, and then southbound, we're adding a right turn lane. So this provides the geometry needed for both this project, but more importantly, the schools that are going in there on Westlake. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Just to verify that those 10-foot paths are on both sides?
Right, yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. If you could please, everyone could sign in after you're done. Thank you.
Thank you. I will save this closing for our rebuttal time and just take the opportunity to submit the documents from the Southwest Florida Water Management District and a letter of support from Enterprising Latinas.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, next up would be Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is to rezone the 74-acre site from AR to PD to allow 299 single-family attached and detached units. The site is located within the Res 4 future land use category, and while located within the Waimama community, the applicant predates the new Waimama downtown overlay regulations. A right-of-way vacation petition is associated with this request. Vacation petition 22-0003, which will vacate various right-of-ways to then be replatted or left undeveloped. No PD variations or waivers are requested. The site, as noted, the site is located within the Res future land use category, which permits a maximum of 4 units per acre. Planning Commission staff found the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Waimama community plan. Surrounding uses include single-family residential and agricultural uses, and the area is transitioning to a low density from a low density to suburban density development pattern. The project proposes various lot size or single-family attached and detached units, both with street and alley access. Small lots will be limited to 65% of the site and require compliance with the garage door widths, garage placement, use of entry features, and facade treatments for 2-story homes. One-car garages will not be permitted. Access points are provided on the north, south, west, and east PD boundaries to comply with connectivity requirements. The northeast area of the site is proposed for preservation due to the presence of a scrub habitat containing animal and plant species to be protected. In summary, the project has been found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Waimama community plan, to be compatible with the surrounding area, and receive no objections from reviewing agencies. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to proposed conditions. As noted, we did hand out some revised conditions. They're dealing with some updates to their conditions requiring those joint improvements being proposed by the applicant in concert with negotiations with the development agreement. And so we've made those revisions to update that, and also some clarifications regarding when those obligations are required to be provided within those conditions. And Val, may have any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As previously mentioned, the subject property is in the residential 4 future land use category. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Waimama community plan. The proposed plan development meets the minimum density required for the properties within the urban service area, and it's proposing 299 single-family residential units on a almost 75-acre site, which is consistent with the density expected in the residential 4 land use designation. In order to preserve the wetlands and significant wildlife habitat on the property, the planned development proposes to cluster the development with single-family attached and detached units with varying lot sizes. To screen the residential units from surrounding properties, a 6-foot fence is proposed around the perimeter of the site. Additionally, the retention areas and significant wildlife habitat preservation area will serve as natural buffers. Therefore, the application is consistent with Objective 14 and policies 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3. Again, as mentioned previously, the property is surrounded by predominantly agricultural uses and low-density single-family neighborhoods in the residential 4 and residential 6 future land use designations. The application is consistent with Objective 16 and policies 16.2, 16.3, and 16.8 of the future land use element. The applicant is proposing an internal circulation and street stub-outs to connect to adjacent neighborhoods together while also being sensitive to the environmentally sensitive land on site. Therefore, this meets the intent of the future land use policy 16.7 and Waimama Community Plan Goal 5. The request is also consistent with Goal 2 of the Waimama Community Plan, as there is a large focus on open spaces, which include a community gathering space, wetland conservation area, retention areas, and significant wildlife habitat preservation area. The request is also consistent with Goal 6 of the Waimama Village Community Plan, as the proposal fosters an economically integrated community by not being gated and provides housing to accommodate a diverse population and income level by providing various style residential units. And based upon those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Yes, sir. While he's coming forward, anyone else that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one in the room. Anyone else online? Okay. Good evening, sir. If you could give us your name and address.
Yes, good afternoon. Gil Martinez with the Waimama Community Development Corporation. Happy Pi Day to all of you. We are very happy that Lennar has been very much involved with the community in explaining what the plan consists of and also working with us in making sure that the plan brings community benefits to the Waimama that are within our neighborhood plan. There are some negotiations as to how we can further expand what those community benefits are at this point. They are not germane to your consideration today, but I'd like to say that Lennar has put a very good faith effort in working with us, and we do support them. We just like to make sure that moving forward, we can iron out some of the details that we've been talking about. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in. All right. Before we move on, anyone else that wants to speak in support? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? I see no one in the room. No one online. All right. Mr. Grady, I just had one question before we move on, and that is regarding what the applicant, what Ms. Hurt described as the notch, that piece that is tracking behind this application that's adjacent, and how that relates to in the future, if they come in for that unified development, single development, and the obligations that perhaps are going to be either from the development agreement or the zoning conditions that for transportation that we're talking about for the application at hand. How does that work if in the future everything is approved, they come in for the unified development and perhaps things are triggered by trips and things like that that are moved to the other development and so forth? How are those measures ensured that both projects, if approved, can move forward as they are proposed?
Well, again, with respect to the other application, again, that will be when that is reviewed, it's going to be reviewed under the context of recognizing the intent to develop this as a unified project with the existing PDs, and also in recognition of all the other issues that are going on with respect to the development in the school board. So would anticipate that we're going to have a lot of similar conditions and requirements related to that PD if recommended for approval to ensure consistent application between the two projects to ensure that those type of issues are addressed.
So there's no, that certainly would be addressed if and when that other project is approved.
Correct.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my question. Just want to make sure that's clear on the record. All right. If there's anything further from Development Services?
No further.
Okay. Ms. Kurt, Mr. Brooks, we're time for rebuttal.
All right, we're going to keep this brief and double hit with this. To the point that Mr. Grady was making in the revised condition 24, all of the obligations will track with the number of units and the number of COs that can be issued irrespective of the additional units from the notch. So I think we've taken care of that in the revised condition 24 that Mr. Grady handed out.
I do have that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you again, Rebecca Kurt. In conclusion, this project is consistent with the Res 4 future land use category. It is consistent without variance or waivers with the land development code. It's compatible with the surrounding land use pattern. Development services staff, your planning experts have recommended approval subject to the conditions and changes. The planning commission staff found the project consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Waimama Village Community Plan. Lennar Homes did do outreach to the community. We had 2 meetings with leadership from Waimama CDC and Enterprising Latinas. In addition, we had one larger community meeting where we went out to Waimama to meet with the people where they live. And it was a very productive meeting. People were very kind and eager to share their thoughts and feelings, and they were well received by Lennar. As I mentioned earlier, we were pleased to submit a letter of support from Enterprising Latinas that we received today. We agree with all of the requirements of certification, conditions of approval, and we respectfully request your recommendation of approval.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning PD 21-0959 and go to the next case.
Ms. Kurt?
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 21-0962. The request is a rezone from AS1 and RSC3 to a planned development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. For the record, Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street. I'm here tonight representing the applicant. With me as part of the applicant's team is planner Michael Horner, who will be providing testimony, as well as engineer Jeremy Couch. Well, we're excited to bring this project here before you tonight. I'm going to note for the record that we do have a recommendation of approval from the Development Services Division, and also a recommendation or a finding of consistency with the comp plan from the Planning Commission. It's important to note that the application and the request before you was well below what would be allowed under the code and the comp plan. We did have 3 neighborhood meetings where we received a lot of good information and input that we've incorporated into zoning conditions at staff, and Mr. Horner will talk about a little bit later. Just a few points I want to make before I turn it over to Mr. Horner, Mr. Couch, who will be providing the substantive testimony. This is a rezoning for the intended use only. It's a professional residential facility. There's no end operator yet chosen. That will be later in the process. It's also important to note that the property owner, Mr. Dibbs, will not ultimately be the one operating this. This is about the land use and the zoning, not about the end product. We will receive all appropriate licenses from the state. It's also important to note that the existing house where the facility will be housed is not intended to be expanded. We'll use what is there, as well as other buildings on the property, but there won't be any expansion. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Horner, but I do want to introduce into the record some photographs that Mr. Horner took, and also evidence of the 3 neighborhood meetings that we had. And then when they're finished, I'll wrap it up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Great. I'm having a little vibration on my side. I just want to make sure. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, representing the applicant and owner of this parcel. I'm going to have Jeremy Couch elevate some graphics for our use during my presentation, and then Jeremy will close. Ms. Finch, as Mr. Porter noted, we have worked diligently with staff on this request. I might also add that this was a prior PD filing, I believe 21-0286 for the same facility, also consideration for an assisted living facility. That also received unanimous recommendations for approval. Our time ran out on that application, and therefore we withdrew it. This was filed separately under this application only for the professional residential facility at the direction of the Planning Commission, I believe. This site, Ms. Finch, is 2.67 acres. It consists of one folio. It is south of Hoyt Road, which is directly east of a commercial shopping center abutting North Dale Mayberry Highway. Jeremy, we can go to the comp plan, please, first. As you can see, Ms. Finch, we are the first transition parcel east of the OC20 commercial corridor. That is a commercial shopping center to our immediate west. That shopping center is oriented to both Hoyt Road to the north and North Dale Mayberry Highway to the west. So we are, and as staff accurately notes in both of their reports for the Planning Commission and Development Services, we are the transitional parcel to this neighborhood, which lies to the east. And we also have established wetlands that exist that buffer this tract. So out of the OC20, we now transition to the Res 4. This property is the first parcel south of Hoyt Road in the Res 4. Next slide, please, Jeremy. This is an aerial photograph that outlines the property. You can see the extensive wetlands, Ms. Finch, that occupy this property. I might note that we have the property owner, Mr. Dibbs, owns all these wetlands, including the south extensive wetlands south of this 2.67 acre tract. Those wetlands have not been incorporated into the legal description, so this use is only applying to the 2.67 acre tract under one single folio number. This property has access to Hoyt Road through a restricted gating access, a controlled gate, so it's completely secured. We also have perimeter walls and gates throughout this entire perimeter property. And then we have the extensive wetland system. And I might add our client constructed with numerous awards from both EPC and SwiftMud to allow for the shopping center development to the west. So this property is buffered significantly and substantially from the west and from the south. And then we have all the perimeter gates and walls that extend up to 8 and 9 feet high.
Mr. Horner, if I could interrupt your presentation just because I only have a question. I saw the pictures of the gates that you submitted in the record as justification for the PD variation for the buffer because that wall is existing. And my question is, are those gates to remain with this use?
Yes, they will remain.
So it will be restricted access to this property if the use is approved? Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. And we did file those photos. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yes, the concrete block wall on the eastern side of that driveway is 6 feet high. However, the existing hedge extends up to at least 8 feet high and almost 9 feet. And we filed those photographs as well. But you can see this is substantially screened and buffered. We did ask for a 1.5 foot reduction from the 5 foot buffer due to an existing grass strip, an existing driveway. And we believe that 8 foot, 9 foot hedge and the 6 foot concrete wall and the restricted gates certainly justifies that 16-inch, 18-inch variation. Ms. Finch, I might also add that we are required by Hillsborough County Transportation to have a commercial driveway. And what does that mean? It means that this has to meet commercial driveway standards for pavement and width. We also have proposed sidewalks, and that connecting sidewalk extends all the way along Hoyt Road to the west side of the driveway. We'll have certain encroachments into that wetland will be addressed through director's authorization after this approval. A prior wetland variation was approved earlier last year for the entire existing wetland encroachments of the structures and the impervious surface of record, and that is part of the records as well. Ms. Finch, the structure itself, while it's approximately 11,000 square feet, it is a single family house. That is all of the terraces and open areas on the net square footage for the building area. It's approximately 7,500 square feet in the main residence. There is a separate detached garage. Jeremy, if you can just note the icon on that. Right there, that is a 2-story garage about 2,000 square feet, and we are incorporating the upstairs portion, or about 1,000 square feet, as part of this professional residential facility as well. So total net square footage would be about 8,500 square feet. You can also note that, for the record, Ms. Finch, a prior site plan that we filed with this original application indicated only 6 parking spaces. As Mr. Porter mentioned, we had a number of meetings, Zoom meetings with the neighbors. They were very concerned about parking, very concerned about overflow, and we revised this plan so that we increased the parking from 6 to 16 spaces. 2 of those parking spaces are in the garage, and then 14 spaces are on the surface, in front of the structure, and south of Hoyt Road, and those meet all county LDC criteria as well. Ms. Finch, this provision comes under 61175, as noted. And it's not a detailed land development section, but it does earmark a couple things. One is the county is looking for these types of uses to be in a residential setting, or to look as much as possible as a residential house. And I think if you read the Planning Commission findings, particularly on page 6 and page 7 of their findings, clearly, we are consistent with all plan policies, and they note the favorable adaptive reuse of this structure because it is a single-family house. It just happens to be a very unique, large, gated single-family house on an estate setting. So there is nothing closer to looking like a single-family house than being a single-family house. We work closely with staff on a number of other conditions, on operations, on parking, on driveways. We also want you to know that we offered additional conditions and restrictions that are in the record. Mr. Grady may address some of those in his report. The ones that we felt, or that staff felt they could agree with, are incorporated into the conditions of approval on security lighting, certainly on surveillance cameras being noted along the walls and the gated entries. We also offered no on-street parking along Hoyt Road. Neighbors indicated they did not want to see any conflicts on Hoyt Road. We also agreed that we would have AA meetings for this drug and rehab facility off-site. Staff indicated that might be a difficult position to enforce, but we also filed that as a condition of approval if you so find the need to incorporate that. We have worked hard, Ms. Finch, to make this as suitable and as reasonable as possible for a land use setting. Again, this is not a commercial land use. This is a residential support use. It's under its own permitting criteria. As Mr. Porter noted, this will have to come under its own standards for licensing. And we also noted that we agreed to all the conditions of staff. We also, Ms. Finch, filed a number of documents into the record I won't take the time to address, but we addressed comparable sales of a number of professional residential facilities throughout Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa, abutting single-family homes, and showed those values had zero impact by such a facility. One of the conditions is we cannot make a notation of this facility by signage or direction on Hoyt Road. So those driving by now will see no difference when they're driving by after the facility is open. I'm going to stop there, Ms. Finch, unless you have any questions, and ask Mr. Couch just briefly to address the aspects and existing wetland permitting issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a little over 3.5 minutes left. I do have a couple questions, but I'll wait till the end of your presentation. Good evening, Mr. Couch.
Good evening, Ms. Fitch. Jeremy Couch, 17937 Hunting Bow Circle, Lutz 33558. I just wanted to touch quickly on why we've chosen the access on Hoyt Road and improving that. The property is surrounded on the west and south by wetlands, and we would not be able to provide the appropriate justification to the EPC, SwiftMud, or the Corps to have an access through the shopping center as opposed to from Hoyt Road. So when you see our PD plan and you see the commercial access from Hoyt Road, this is the most appropriate place to do it because there is no other access. The site has water and sewer out front, so it's a great location with capacity for this. And I'll end my comments at that. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Porter, did you want to conclude? Okay. All right. Then I'll just ask a couple of questions and whoever thinks it's appropriate to answer. First is the nature of the traffic that is generated by this use. I understand it's 25 placed residents. How long are those residents there? How long are they, once you sign up and you go in, how long are you there? Can anybody answer?
Yeah, Ms. Fitch, I'll jump in. This would be under the directors, the entity and the operator. So based upon the analysis on the intake and the review of that person's particular needs, that program, the treatment program would be determined. It might be 30 days. It might be 60 days. I want to also note that there is no referral from any courts in Hillsborough County. So this is a voluntary enrollment program. No one will be forced to stay or reside at this facility, unlike some other facilities where it is an actual court sentence or mandated program they have to attend.
And the traffic associated, are there staff that live there as well? And if so, how many?
There will be staff certainly attending and also staff residing. There will be dinners cooked on site. So there will be a maintenance staff as well as professional treatment staff. That will be under the purview of the owner operator. We have been interviewing several of them. So we don't have those specific operation guidelines in place at this time. They would be consistent with other professional rehab facilities in Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa.
But the parking you testified about takes into account the staff and visitors. I assume that whatever the parking requirement is by the county, it complies with that on site.
It does, Madam Hearing Master, and that's why we expanded, because there were some concerns that were legitimate, quite honestly, when we had only 6 spaces. The code ratio under the LDC is based on the number of residents, facility staff, and then a facility vehicle. And we expanded that by an additional 10 spaces to allow for staff. Before, we only had 2 to 3 professional staff members. Now that can expand up to 8 for this facility based on the increased parking.
All right. And then my last question at this point is, other than the changes to widen the driveway to that commercial standard and I assume add pavement for this new parking, are there any other changes to this home from an exterior standpoint that are proposed to be made?
There will be no exterior changes. We are not increasing any of the square footage. In fact, the county made it very clear they did not want to see any exterior changes that would make it look more of a commercial structure. There will certainly be interior renovations for dining areas, kitchen area, the rooms. No question that will be a sizable and significant investment in rehabilitation of the interior of this house, but no changes to the exterior of this structure, Ms. Finch.
All right, thank you. That's the end of my questions. Mr. Porter, did you want to wrap up?
Just briefly on the traffic question, I want to make sure you understand I'm not testifying because I'm not a traffic engineer, obviously. But on page 7 of the staff report, there's a trip generation chart that explains what the current trips are and what the proposed trips are. And I think staff will go into that with more detail, but it is a very low generating type of use as far as traffic is concerned. And to Mr. Horner's point, until we have an end operator, we're not going to have some of the details that obviously you have questions about. But again, this is about the actual land use itself and whether it's appropriate for the area. With that, we respectfully ask for your approval.
Understood. Thank you so much. All right, development services.
Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting rezone from RC3 and AS1 to PD for a 25 resident professional residential facility. The proposal is to convert the existing structures on site for the proposed use. The site is located within the Res 4 future land use category. Planning staff have found the request consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. The property is located on the south side of Hoyt Road, a quarter mile east of North Dale Mabry Highway. The parcel to the west is part of a planned PD approved for commercial uses with the immediate western boundary containing wetlands. To the south is a parcel zone ASC1, which also contains wetlands. To the northeast and east are single family home zone ASC1 and RSC3. Conditions has been included that limits signs for the facility to the existing address at a residential scale pursuant to the limitations in the land development code for signs in residential districts. The sign limitation along with the parcel configuration, which provides for a large wetland area with a long access drive along Hoyt Road and a large structure setback, will help to minimize being able to distinguish the proposed facility from a standard single-family home. In addition, conditions are included that require the structure to maintain a residential appearance. Buffering and screening will provide in accordance with the land development code, with the exception along the eastern side of the access drive, in which the applicant is proposing a 3.5-foot buffer with 6-foot wall and an 8-foot hedge, where a 5-foot buffer with 6-foot wall, fence, or hedge is required. A variation request for this alternative buffering and screening proposal has been submitted. Conditions are included requiring installation of security cameras, security lighting, and the prohibition of on-street parking along Hoyt Road, and prohibition on non-residents attending counseling meetings on this site. The Land Development Code has provisions regulating the installation of exterior lighting that regulates the shielding and design of the lighting to address off-site impacts of said lighting. The LDC has technical standards regarding permitted light intensity at project boundaries, which is measured in foot candles, and design requirements for lighting to ensure compliance with the foot candle standard. The lighting for the facility will be required to comply with these standards. Staff is recommending approval based on the finding that consists from the Planning Commission and project compatibility. As staff finds that the project as conditioned and configured will provide for an appropriate transitional use between the commercial to the west and the residential to the northeast and east of the parcel. I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission. The property is located in the residential for future land use category. It's in the urban service area and located within the limits of the greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. The proposed use meets the intent of Objective 1 and Policies 1.2 and 1.3 that require growth to be in the urban service area and meet a minimum density of 4 dwelling units per acre. As the residential support use that is surrounded by single-family residential to the east, the proposal meets the compatibility requirements of Policy 1.4. In this case, the existing structure will not be changed and will remain compatible with the surrounding area. The subject site in the residential for future land use category, again, is surrounded by single-family residential dwellings. The residential support use is an adaptive reuse of an existing single-family dwelling with an existing parking garage structure. And the proposal meets the compatibility requirements of Objective 16 and associated policies of the future land use element. The applicant has also proposed additional conditions to mitigate any impacts from the use to ensure compatibility with the surrounding area, meeting the intent of Policy 16.3 and 17.7. The site is located in between higher intensity office commercial 20 land use designation on the west and single family residential on the east, and serves as an appropriate transitional use between them as emphasized in Policy 16.2. The use also meets the intent of Objective 20, which encourages the development and redevelopment of residential housing for special target groups of people. Policy 20.5 outlines the conditions for the siting of such facilities, and this proposed site is not located in the proximity to another congregational living facility. The Policy 20.6 outlines the appropriate person to dwelling unit conversion and density. The proposed number of 25 beds is acceptable as outlined in the policy. Finally, the request is consistent with the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. Goal 1 seeks to establish a sustainable, walkable community activity center. The accompanying strategies of Goal 1 mention the development of residential support uses with appropriate parking and functional open space, as well as incentives for the adaptive reuse of existing facilities. Goal 2 and its accompanying strategy in the community plan seeks to preserve the nature of suburban neighborhoods and character. The adaptive reuse of an existing structure on site will preserve the existing suburban character of the area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Ms. Massey, before you go, I just want to make sure I understand. So the use as a professional residential facility qualifies as a residential support use according to the comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. All right, at this point, we'll ask for anyone that would like to speak in support. Is there anyone in favor in the room? I don't see anyone. Anyone online? No one. All right. How many people do we have to speak in opposition? If you could raise your hand that's in the room. I see 3 hands in the room. Okay. How many people do we have online? Sir?
They said 5.
5. Are there 5 in the room? Because I have 2 people signed up on.
I don't see any online. None.
Okay. Thank you. So how many? If it's 5, we can do 3 minutes apiece. Or you can designate a spokesperson, however you'd like to handle it. The other option, in the interest of time, if you want to have one person or a couple speak, you can also put your name and address on the record, and then that preserves your right as a party of record.
Madam Chair, I apologize. We do have one online.
One person online?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So before you start, ma'am, sir, if we could just get a handle on how many people are going to speak. How many people do you propose? So that would be 2. I have one person online. Is 3, 4? So 4 total. All right. So let's do 4 minutes apiece. And I understand that goes over a minute, but if you could try to keep to that, and if you go under, then everyone will be happy. Yeah. So, all right. If you could give us your name and address for the record before you begin.
Joan Johnson, 15803 Glenarn. I live back behind here. Hoyt is our only ingress and egress out of our neighborhood. There are only over 250 homes that this will affect. This is clearly an effort of an individual to turn his former home into a for-profit business, encroaching unnecessarily into single-family homes. This large home and grounds are already a transitional property between the homes with wetlands and cypress.
Ma'am, if I could just interrupt you, you have to be on the microphone at one point. So if you want to stand there and use that microphone, that's great.
The reason that they aren't being able to answer you about how many parking spaces or anything that they will need, because this planning group and the applicant has not cared enough to even consult with an addiction medicine practitioner to see anything about what this thing would be. Because of the Zoom meeting, we gave them the idea that they should have originally had enough security cameras and lighting. They should have had enough parking. All of this, it's all soft. Like I said, it's the only way in and out of this neighborhood, 250 homes. There's over $100 to $125 million worth of properties that have to go past this thing. This is a ridiculous idea. Here it is encroaching into our residential area. Here's alcohol and drug. There's all drugstores and alcohol serving facilities. This is just crazy. All the existing substance abuse treatment centers are half full in this town. They say there's going to be no increase in traffic, and that's just absolutely crazy. Here we go. Existing one home with a part-time guy, and now a guy that's not even going to live there, and maybe his spouse, generates 65 trips a day. How many times do they go back and forth? And that's the same as a place where 25 people with 15 staff are going to be going in and out. Infrequent food trucks. What are they going to do? Make these people forage? You know, they've got 25 people, 3 meals a day, specialty diets and preferences, vegan. They got diabetics, eating disorders, alcoholic, malnutrition. They need a lot more food than what they say. The conditions, this is all a gray plan. There's nothing, what's the assurance, what's this going to turn out to be? There's conditions, variances. He violated when he built the house. He had to go back and get the wetlands forgiven. Is it an ALF or a professional facility? The application calls it both. Is it 20 clients? 25. One page says 15 up to 32. He's going to tow the illegally parked people on Hoyt. Who? It says, and the operator and the owner. Which is it, the owner or the operator? Will the parking be addressed? When will the parking be addressed? They're talking about shuttling clients back and forth for peer-to-peer meetings at other sites. It's supposed to benefit local people, but is it for local families or international? It's St. Stephen's International Spa. Is it a treatment facility of a serious mind, or is it a spa? The last minute Zoom meeting had them bring it up even half-assed to standard. And it's abundantly clear that they do not care enough about the people that would place their lives in his hands. They're upscale, they kept saying, so they're no problem. They're private pay. They're good addicted people. This is deeply offensive to anyone that's ever cared for anybody with a substance use disorder, as in my 35 years of experience. Detox they're going to do. It's dangerous. Alcohol withdrawal, meth, heroin, benzos, opioids. It's all serious
30
business.
seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to submit those documents into the record when you sign in, you're more than welcome to.
Thank you. And I have 2 more pages of petitions in addition to the 32 that we've already submitted.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming down. Good evening.
Yes, Jeffrey Kane, 15838 Glenarm Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33618. We want to express our deepest concern, our neighbors here as well as online, to object to Mr. Dibbs' proposal rezoning of his home on property 3408 Hoyt Road. Again, close to our neighborhood, just up the road from Hoyt Road for many reasons. The first, my wife and I have worked professionally with many drug rehab facilities. In the presence of this kind of facility, change immediately the area around them. Drug addicts can attract drug dealers to secretly smuggle drugs into the facility. This can bring a criminal element to the surrounding area. On a daily, weekly basis, addicts in the rehab facility frequently try to escape from their facility into the surrounding area, endangering all the inhabitants of that area. People who are then signed into rehab are usually financed by family and friends. Thus, the addict doesn't often want to be incarcerated at some time, and thus impulsively the moment wants to escape. As the head of our neighborhood watch for our neighborhood, we have been working hard for years to keep our neighborhood safe and to build our reputation as a family friendly. This proposal puts that at risk. Secondly, with limited parking, as Joni mentioned, for a 25-bed facility, it's not only the staff and all the food that has to be brought in and facility materials, but family and friends who want to visit. All of this builds to, at peak times of visit, to the traffic light at Hoyt Road and Del Mabry. Del Mabry is a major highway, so the cycle time for Hoyt Road is short. And since I moved in 96, we've added neighborhoods on Himes Road and then in the Reserve. And so the traffic backup at this light has already been significantly overburdened. And this will just simply add to make it even worse. So this is dramatically going to hurt the reputation with our traffic problem then of our quiet neighborhood. Third, this leads to our greatest concern for the property values for our neighborhood that we have built so hard to build this family-friendly environment, peaceful and quiet and safe. We've had realtors who have confirmed that this rezoning will dramatically hurt our property values. Fourthly, our greatest fear is that Mr. Dibbs has a reputation in our neighborhood as a moneymaker and aggressive developer. Back when the Dibbs Commercial Center was promoted by Mr. Dibbs as a benefit to our neighborhood with convenient shopping close by, his home was to be a residential buffer. But now he wants to change that. So with that Dibbs Center, instead of convenient shopping, we got O'Brien's Bar, which blares loud music on holidays outdoors on their bandstand and booms across our neighborhood in the evening and into the night, disrupting our quiet and peaceful neighborhood, as we will be enduring here on St. Patrick's Day this week. The bar produces drunk drivers that wander back into our neighborhood seeking a way out, creating further endangerment. But we have already seen his sign. This first exhibit is one of our neighbors who experienced a rehab that changed dramatically the crime around the neighborhood. This is the current sign that still stands today, as well as a website advertising for running a St. Stephen's Spa and Country Club. This commercial facility has been approved. It hasn't been approved, and yet it's acting as though it is. He has a website for this address, 3408 Hoyt Road, for a golf and 24-hour country club. So with exhibits here.
30 seconds left.
Okay, I'm going to go as fast as I can. Golden South St. Stephen's on the website here. It says International Golf Course. It says there's tournaments, the SOB Club. It says it's 24 hours. This is dated again 2003 and has been here. Gambling is advertised. And on this, a golf course, again, playing with thousands of people. Tippy toe is kind of strange language that's put on here with wine and women. We've understood that women in bikinis have been serving alcohol at these events.
Sir, you're
this
welcome to
facility.
submit all of that into the record.
Yes. So just kind of summarizing, we're concerned that he's already changing the use of this residential. So we'd like to have an immediate investigation of the current use and infringement on any of the wetlands before this continues. There is other commercial property nearby that could easily be used for this without endangering our neighborhood.
Thank you for coming
Okay,
down. I
thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much.
If you could please sign in with the clerk's office in that.
Yes,
with Robbie,
yes,
you
and
can
I'll
submit
put in
your
the
documents.
information here. The tippy toe is refers to with our DJJ to trafficking, and we're concerned about what activities are going on there.
Thank you for your time. All right, next, please. Good evening. Go ahead and come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Saib
You
Janoon.
could use at the podium if it's more comfortable. If you don't have any documents, you just press the button with the person on it. There you go.
Good evening. Saib Janoon, 3005 Hoyt Road. And I'm in opposition, obviously. As I said, there's only one, as they've been mentioned, there's only one way in and out of this neighborhood, the residential neighborhood. And putting this sort of a facility would not conform to the nature of the neighborhood. It would also, if it's going to be an addict rehab facility, it could put the children that play in the streets at undue harm. They play out there because there is no through traffic. They go on their bikes or on the sidewalks or in the evening, on the weekends. Having this kind of an element in their neighborhood could cause them to either be harmed or be put inside instead of letting them outside to play freely.
All right.
There's also the encroachment on potential encroachment on wetlands that they're talking about, which would need to be addressed, and the unknown of the operator that's going to be in there, what type of facility and what type of materials they're going to be working with. Who are the people that are going to be housed there? Are they just AA? Are they hard drug addicts? All these questions are up there and they're unanswered. And thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Randall Reeder. I'm an attorney. I represent some of the neighboring landowners. My address is 1319 West Fletcher Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33612. I'd like to summarize in many ways that the application is inconsistent even on its face. It basically states that there are provisions in the comprehensive land use plan that even in their application, it admits that it's inconsistent with it. I've just never seen anything like this. With respect to the testimony that this has been consistent, that's belied by the fact that you have at least 3 agencies, including the Department of Transportation, Water, Waste, Matter, and most importantly, the EPC, have all said that it's not consistent. And the way they address this is, oh, well, we're going to take care of that later. Well, there's no taking care of it later. If it's going to be consistent, then this has to, the only appropriate remedy here is to continue it until they do get those, we get to go through those processes, because there's a lot of testimony and a lot of evidence that these people are concerned about, both from a traffic part and the environmental part, which we don't have the time to do it. For the record, I also like to point out and reserve issues that there's rights to cross-examine witnesses, which we haven't been provided. The fact that we have such short limitations, or these procedures are violation of my client's constitutional rights and notice and due process. And I have 5 documents I'm going to be presenting. The first one is the petition of 31 pages of people who have signed, who are in an uproar about this. It's already in the record, but I want to make sure it's part of what's been presented to you. My letter requesting these rights to cross-examine witnesses and everything, and the reply. Then the pertinent portions of Exhibit C is going to be the pertinent portions for your review of the specific provisions of the land use code and the land use plan in terms of which I think are really, really important provisions that need to be reviewed to support my argument that there is no consistency here. The Exhibit D is the agency review comments, again, by the Department of Transportation, Water, Waste Matter, and EPC. And then the last one, another one that was submitted by a neighboring landowner who didn't come in to present it, but I'm presenting it, and that is the article about that there is a lot of evidence that this is going to diminish the value. And as a last moment, I'd like to just, for my own personal observation, point that I'm very familiar with this particular intersection. I live up in that area. And there are times when I'm coming during rush hour traffic, and I have to come, like Lee Sam's Club to get to Hoyt to catch a traffic light. And there are times it's got to change 2 or 3 times. In rush hour traffic, everything else, the fact that on its face, it's absurd. Any increase in traffic is just going to be a really, really bad bottleneck. This is not the appropriate subdivision to build this kind of facility.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in, you could submit your documents. Now, we had one person online that wanted to speak in opposition.
We have 2 now. One just checked in. Bree Lauren and Deb Kane. Deb Kane is first.
All right. If we could, Robbie, we'll give them the 4 minutes, but I will provide that opportunity for the applicant to have the same time in rebuttal. We can go ahead and pull them up.
Bree Lauren, can you hear us?
Bree Lauren, your mic is unmuted. I'm going to unmute it for you.
Thank you. I've not been sworn in yet.
All right. If there's anyone online or in the room that wants to speak to this petition or anything else on the agenda and you have not been sworn, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed. You have 4 minutes.
Who is first? I'd like to just reiterate what was said by everyone here. I'm formally against everything that the DIBS project is going to do. However, in the event that you decide to give approval, then I would ask for 2.
I apologize. I don't see you on camera, and that is a requirement to testify virtually that you have to have your camera on.
Okay.
There you go. Go ahead. Now I see you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Please continue.
So in the event that you do decide to grant approval, I think there should be 2 conditions of approval. One is the discussion of the cameras and the wall for security is irrelevant because when we had our Zoom meetings, we were told that because these are voluntary residents, they would be allowed to come and go at will. And so I would say that a condition should be that those gates are locked 24/7, so the quote unquote residents cannot roam around our neighborhoods. Second, because this is now being presented as a facility for only private pay, there should be a condition that cannot be changed. And that is that they cannot become a court-appointed facility for rehab. And again, I would reiterate that I am formally opposed to every single thing that has been proposed. But those are my things that I would think should be on the record as conditions of approval. And I concede my time to the remaining people who would wish to speak.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Kane.
Hi, I'm Debbie Kane, and I live at 15838 Gleniron Drive in Hampton Lakes. I do apologize. I had to hop off and then hop back on, so I did not hear everything. For the record, I adamantly oppose this zoning change. Before moving forward, we need to examine the past. And I'm grateful that this proposal has led me to dig deeper into the history of this property on Hope Road. For the record, Evidence has been entered that shows that there has been a St. Stephen's Golf and Country Club already operating there since 2003. Besides the evidence entered, neighbors have verbally affirmed this to be a fact. And for the record, my husband, Jeff Kane, and I, we have been trained by the state of Florida Justice Department to combat human trafficking and have friends that actively work with Homeland Security to combat human trafficking. And as we know, Florida is ranked number 3 in human trafficking, also known as trafficking in person, or the acronym TIP, TIP. The evidence that has been entered suggests, and I emphasize the word suggests, that St. Stephen's Country Club should be investigated for possible human trafficking and also fined for operating without the proper authority to offer alcohol, gambling, and the verbal evidence suggests strippers were hired in our neighborhood, which is not zoned for this type of business. And I might also emphasize the business operates 24 hours a day, which is right on their website. And I personally ask each one of you, can you name a golf club that operates 24 hours a day in our neighborhood, or a bar that operates 24 hours a day in our neighborhood? I think not. So, not in my backyard? You bet. Evidence suggests that the proposed quote-unquote recovery spa may only be a front for something else more nefarious. I implore you to not overlook this egregious past, to do the right thing, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. So with that, we'll close opposition testimony. We'll go back to development services. Mr. Grady, is there anything you wanted to add?
I believe Mr. Ratliff wanted to speak to some of the transportation issues that were raised.
I think that would be appropriate. Good evening, Mr. Ratliff.
Good evening. For the record, James Ratliff, Development Services Transportation Review Section. I did want to just address the first speaker in particular had some questions about the calculations, I think, from the transportation staff report, sort of about how can a single home generate 6 to 6 daily trips, something along those lines. I did want to point out that when we do our transportation analysis, what we're doing is we're looking at maximum potential development under the existing zoning to maximum potential development under the proposed zoning. We're not looking at what's there today. So certainly from what's there today, there aren't 7 homes on the property, although our kind of generalized worst case analysis indicates that per the zoning, there could be 7 homes on that piece of property potentially. So again, when we ran the traffic analysis, we looked at it from the standpoint of what could go there today, not what is there today. So I did just want to make that clear. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No, that was a question I was going to ask you. So thank you very much. Mr. Grady, anything else before we move on?
Nothing further unless you have questions.
I don't at this time. All right, Mr. Porter, you normally have 5 minutes for rebuttal, but I'm willing, because we extended the opposition testimony, to give you a little extra time.
We do not need more than the time, but I appreciate that. I'll be brief and I'll turn it over to Mr. Horner. And Madam Chair, I'll just remind you, and just for the record, that the decision has to be based on competent substantial evidence. Competent substantial evidence was presented to you by both the staff of the Development Services Center through their recommendation of approval, through the staff report of the Planning Commission that found the plan consistent with the comp plan, through the expert testimony of Mr. Michael Horner, who is an AICP certified planner, and through Mr. Couch, who is a professional engineer. The traffic and parking have been addressed both by the staff and in the staff report. We need to clarify the record. There is no objection from EPC. There's no objection from any county agency. These are all recommendations of approval. Petitions that were presented to you are not competent substantial evidence. Property values are not really relevant to your decision, but to the extent that you want to look at that, we've submitted into the record information about properties near Turning Point and Healthcare Connections, which address that issue, although I would argue that's not really relevant to your decision. It's not a land use decision. There's no code enforcement violations on this property, so I'm not sure what the testimony about uses currently there are. That's not accurate, and it's not something that you should consider. And let me object on the record most strenuously to unfounded allegations of human trafficking on this site. That's an outrageous assertion, and I object to it, and I ask that you not consider that. Mr. Horner is going to address a few issues, and then we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horner.
Thank you, Mr. Finch. Again, for the record, I'll be brief. We appreciate your time. Just as Mr. Porter noted, if there are any future zoning violations on any of these conditions, which you know, Ms. Finch, run with the land in perpetuity, this is not based on the owner operator, it's not based on the property owner, it's not based on a future property owner. It approved conditions. If you approve this and the board approves this, those conditions run with the land forever. Any zoning violations on traffic, on noise, on violence, on any kind of security breach, those can be addressed through Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The owner operator certainly agrees and would agree to keeping those gates locked. We have agreed to that as part of the conditions. If there's an exit interview, no one is just given the keys to that gate. Those phone calls would be made, family members would be contacted, and then those gates would be opened. This is not going to be an open Disney World pass where people come in and come out. On the traffic, I think Mr. Ratliff provided competent substantial evidence. We are essentially the same trip end rates as the existing residential zoning. We defer to the Institute of Transportation Engineers. This is actually off the radar screen, Ms. Finch, for the trip generation and the peak hours. This is less than 5 a.m. peak hour trips and less than 7 p.m. peak hour trips. As noted on page 2 of the transportation report, the project generates 5 peak hour trips and the highest generating peak hour, i.e. the p.m. peak hour. As such, no substandard road improvements are required to Hoyt Road and no design exception is required. We have no objections to the conditions that the nice neighbor raised regarding the gates being locked and the zoning violations.
Mr. Horner, let me interrupt you if I apologize, but you mentioned that you've agreed to that, but I don't see a provision regarding the gates and that they being closed or locked in the conditions unless I'm missing something. Can you point me to that?
Yeah, I'm indicating to you that we do agree with that condition. And we advised on the Zoom meeting that we would agree to that condition. So if you want to make that a part of your findings, our client would agree to that condition.
And so just so it's clear, so your client would be amenable to agreeing to a zoning condition that would recognize the existing gates or similar gate that would prevent access and that those being locked except for, travel of vehicular travel in the driveway. Is that correct?
Correct. In other words, the owner operator will have access key codes to all of those gates, and those who are scheduled to come in, those gates would be open. Those gates would be closed and locked at all other times. If someone needs to leave those premises, then there would be provisions for that gate to be unlocked. That gate will not be open unlocked on a 24-hour, 7-day basis. I want to make that very clear.
And that your client is okay with adding that as a zoning condition?
We are accepting that condition, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please go on.
Well, that's essentially it. I don't want to get into all the hyperbole. That website that was referenced is actually something that client did on behalf of some friends that were playing on a little game with each other, and it was a sarcastic approach on setting that up. We asked that it not be extended. It's been up for years. It certainly is not relevant or applicable to the proposal before you tonight. We did have 3 productive Zoom meetings, Ms. Finch, and one of those conditions that was raised by the homeowners is that they wanted a driveway connecting to the commercial facility through an existing wetland system, the southwest corner. And EPC would not allow that, obviously, because we have a existing primary access to Hoyt Road. We did explore that option. And that option is simply not feasible. Secondarily, on EPC comment, as Mr. Porter noted, we do have no objections or oppositions from EPC because of the county's requirement for the commercial driveway being expanded to 24 feet and the required sidewalk connections to Hoyt Road. There is a nominal wetland encroachment on the west side of the driveway. That will be addressed with EPC, which is a typical process prior to site plan review approval. That's all I have, Ms. Finch. Appreciate your time tonight to answer any other questions you may have.
Let me just ask one more question before we close. So I note that the proposed first zoning condition limits the project only to a professional residential facility, recovery home type C, that would be, as I read the conditions, the only use permitted on this. And so my question is, who is the licensing authority or regulatory authority once you have an operator that you obtain the proper licenses from?
There are a number of entities, Ms. Finch, in the state of Florida that are offered and required through health and rehabilitative services, as well as DACA and other licensing permit requirements. Our client owner operator will have to abide by all of those requirements. We noted for the record, there are no other licensed facilities within 1,200 feet. Our client would not have any flexibility nor opportunity to amend those conditions without those permits from the state and local governments. They cannot open up a drug and rehab facility in Hillsborough County. And we would also agree to carry that condition on no court mandatory referrals, and this would be a private pay facility. One of the conditions was raised by a neighbor that spoke just recently. We agreed to that.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then let me ask one question of Ms. Dorman or Mr. Clark of the County Attorney's Office before I close, if they are available. Ms. Dorman or Ms. Clark of the County Attorney's Office for a question?
Go ahead, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. You just heard Mr. Horner. Hopefully you heard him say that they agreed with the neighbors that this would be, the professional residential facility would not be, have clients that are court ordered to be there, that this would be private, self-pay and so forth. Is that something that could be put in a zoning condition, or is that outside the purview of this zoning process?
Mr. Clark, I think your mic's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I forgot to unmute. At this point, you have an applicant offering it, so I'm comfortable including it for that purpose. It's not something that is being requested by staff or just being imposed by the hearing officer. If the applicant's offering it, I'm okay with you including it if you decided to make a recommendation.
All right, thank you so much. Then with that, with nothing further, we'll close rezoning 21-0962 and move on. I note that it is 8 o'clock. We typically take a 5-minute break at this point, so we will. I have 8:05, so if you could be back by 8:10 and we'll hear the next case. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. If you could please have a seat so we can keep going with the meeting. All right, if everyone could have a seat so we can move forward.
Excuse me, the people in the back of the room from the prior case, if you could leave, please, and continue your conversation outside.
If we could ask the folks from the prior case to exit the room, we'd really appreciate it. You don't hear us. All right. Sir, in the back, if you could please take your conversation outside. All right. Looks like we're getting there. All right, Mr. Grady, if you could please call the next case. Oh, you need a moment. You okay? All right. Yeah. This process can choke people up sometimes, can't it? All right, let's move on.
All right, the next item on the agenda is agenda item D3. It's rezoning PD 21-1231. The app is M2 Tech LLC. The request is for rezoning from PD to plan development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here?
Good evening. Start by giving us your name and address, please.
My name is Constance Silver. I'm at 1220 Commerce Park Drive, Suite 203C, Longwood, Florida 32779.
Thank you. Please proceed. If you have graphics, there is a microphone there. You can use that one to talk off your graphic. You just need to turn on the microphone.
I'm going to be real quick.
Okay.
I'm here representing M2 Tech, who is the applicant. The current zoning of the property is PD. It's approximately 50 acres in size, and the applicant is proposing to rezone 3.156 acres of land, which lies at the southeast corner of 10th Street Southwest and 10th Avenue Southwest to PD to permit 3 single-family residential units, detached units. Currently, we have a minor mod application in with the county to remove that 3.156 acres from the parent tract. We are in agreement with all the staff conditions of approval, but we're concerned with condition number 4, which states that no building permits will be issued until the county's funded CIP project, which includes improvements to the county's water distribution system, is completed. So I'm just wondering how long that project is going to take, if the county would consider holding the CO of the building permit until those projects are completed.
That is a condition that is proposed with all new projects in a certain geographical area. So when it becomes the staff's time in this process, we'll have them address that issue.
Okay. So I'm just here to answer any questions that
I don't have any at this time. But thank you. If you could sign in with the clerk's office, please. Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant requested rezone separate property from planned development to a PD to allow 3 single-family lots. The parcel is being rezoned out of PD 16-1336, and a companion minor modification notice personal appearance application has been filed to amend PD 16-1336 to remove the 3.156 acre parcel from the PD. The lot sizes for the 3 units will range between 33,000 and 36,000 square feet. Single family lots uses are located to the immediate west across 10th Street Southwest and the north across 10th Avenue Southwest and to the south. The lot size for the 33 lots are larger than existing single family lots to the northwest and south. The PD to the east is approved for industrial uses. However, the area to the immediate east is approved for within the PD for a plant farm. The density of the project is 1 unit per acre and does not meet minimum density requirements of the comprehensive plan. However, for the planning commission, the parcel is in the coastal high hazard area and therefore qualifies for exemption to the minimum density requirements. Staff did not find any compatibility issues with the request and is recommending approval subject to conditions regarding condition 4. As you stated, Madam Hearing Officer, that is a standard condition that's being applied to all new rezoning projects within the areas south of the Alfire River. With respect to the timing, is my understanding that I think one of the facilities is being constructed and the other one they're expected to be completed in the next couple of months. So again, what this condition would allow them to go through the subdivision process, and it just would not allow for issuance of any building permits until such time as those two submissions are completed. But again, this condition is being applied to all projects south of the Alfire River.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed use 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Ruskin and South Shore community plans. The applicant requests to develop 3 single-family residential lots. They are proposing lot sizes that are consistent with the existing single-family developments immediately north, west, and south of the site. In addition, the proposal includes a 30-foot buffer and fencing along the eastern boundary to provide for screening from the light industrial use. The site is surrounded by light industrial, multifamily, agricultural, and single-family residential uses. The proposed density of under 1 acre per dwelling unit is consistent with the surrounding residential densities and therefore meets policy 1.4 of the future land use element. The application is also consistent with objective 12 and policy 12-4.1 of the community design component, as well as objective 16 and its associated policies of the future land use element. The subject properties in the urban service area, where 80% or more of growth is to be directed per the comprehensive plan. The proposal meets the intent of objective 1 by providing growth in the urban service area. As Mr. Grady mentioned, the proposed plan development does not meet the minimum density required for properties in the urban service area. However, the site's located entirely in the coastal high hazard area and meets the criteria that allows for less than 75% of the allowable maximum density. The proposed density is approximately 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, with lot sizes comparable to the ones that surround them. Therefore, the proposal is consistent with policies 1.2 and 1.3 of the future land use element. Finally, the request is consistent with several goals found in the Ruskin and South Shore community plans. It provides 3 single-family lots that are consistent with the existing development in the surrounding area, which supports Ruskin's goal 5 of protecting its small town character and South Shore's goal 4 of maintaining housing opportunities for all income groups. And based upon those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that wants to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? Nope. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, we'll go, ma'am, you have the last word if you'd like it. You don't have to take it. Okay, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-1231 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D4, rezoning PD 21-1332. The applicant is Mark Bentley. The request is rezoned from CG to the plan development. Tanya Chapella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. Ms. Finch, our client is seeking to rezone property located at the southeast corner of 41 and 15th Street, 15th Avenue Northeast. It's 3.66 acres. It's zoned CG, it's OC20 on the plan. There's about 33,000 square feet of mini storage already located on the property, and this would be an expansion consisting of approximately 89,000 square feet. We have positive recommendation from Development Service subject to conditions. One of them's a design exception from engineering and also a finding of consistency from the Planning Commission. If you have any questions, I'll gladly attempt to answer them.
I don't have any questions at this time, but thank you. You can please sign in.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Development Services, please.
Ms. Trell, you might be muted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can now.
Go ahead.
I'm pulling this up. Okay, so this application is PD 21-1331, rezoning to a planned development. The applicant, Mark Bentley, seeks a major modification to PD for a 3.66 acre site to allow 123,186 square feet mini warehouse development. The site is within future land use classifications of OC20, which allows up to 20 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.75 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land use and Res 12. The area today generally consists of neighborhood and general commercial development and vacant residential property. The site is currently approved for CG uses. The proposed uses will be restricted to 123,186 square feet of mini warehouse uses. Based on the OC20 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses development standards for the PD 21-1332 zoning district, staff finds the request is supportable. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
And no questions at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. This subject property is located in the Office Commercial 20 or OC20 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Ruskin and South Shore community plans. Per the OC20 future land use category, a maximum intensity of 0.75 floor area ratio is permitted on site. The site plan lists the acreage at 3.77 acres, which would permit a maximum intensity of 123,186 square feet. And the applicant is proposing to not exceed that 0.75 FAR, which is the maximum permitted for the OC20 land use category. The proposed planned development will not change the existing light industrial use, and we'll be building a new mini warehouse at the intersection node of US Highway 41 and 15th Avenue Northeast, and is consistent with the commercial development pattern along a principal arterial roadway. The proposed planned development is compatible with the surrounding development and meets the intent of policy 1.4 and policies 16.2, 16.3, and 16.10 regarding compatibility and complementary uses. The property is within the Ruskin and South Shore community planning areas. The property is in Area 2, Northeast Ruskin. Goal 2 of the Ruskin plan states to provide opportunities for business growth and jobs to ensure that there are land areas zoned for office and light industrial development. Goal 2 also supports the promotion of commercial development at a scale and design that fits the community's character. The property is also within the South Shore community plan. It encourages recognizing and implementing preferred development patterns as identified in community plans. The proposed development will provide additional light industrial uses and is compatible with the surrounding commercial development pattern. Therefore, the proposal is consistent with the two community plans. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Yes, I just noticed in reviewing the conditions that this project is in the area of the county that's also subject to that, the water restriction condition, and it was inadvertently not included in the condition. So we'll need to add that to that. And I spoke to the applicant and they have no objection to that. I think they can put that on the record. They're
all right.
Fine with it.
There you go.
How's that? Thanks. Mark Bentley, we agree to that, Ms. Finch.
All right. So the water condition.
Mr. Grady.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Does that conclude any rebuttal you have?
Now, unless you have any questions.
No questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks a
for your
lot.
time.
Take care.
Appreciate it. We'll close rezoning 21-1332 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D6, major mod application 21-1342. The applicant's Hillsborough County School Board. The request is rezoned from the major modification of existing plan development. I'll provide staff recommendation of the presentations by the applicant. I will note for the record, as you know, we had that earlier case in the agenda, which was item D1. There are similar conditions in this project dealing with improvements because, again, through various agreements between that developer, the school board, and the county, dealing with funding of improvements necessary for the school board project. But because of that, you'll recall we amended some of the conditions in the prior PD, and one of those conditions is also mirrored in this PD, which is condition 19.2C. The wording in that condition is it provided for different requirements, improvements, and 19.2C says construction of a dedicated southbound to westbound right turn lane on Westlake Drive onto State Road 674. The additional language that was added to the other PD was or construction of a dedicated southbound to eastbound left turn lane on Westlake Drive on State Road 674. So that same language needs to be added to this condition. So I want to note that for the record. And I believe the applicant is aware of this and has no objection to that.
All right.
I would ask them to put that on the record as part of their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
You got to
just turn on the mic. There you go.
Sorry, it's Red. Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAF, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. I have a presentation for you. Thank you. I'm here representing the school board. We are requesting a major modification to an existing plan development. Next, please. So this site is close to the other site that you heard earlier this evening. It's just located south of Waimama Lake. It's approximately 100 acres. It is in the urban service area, and it's currently zoned for planned development with the future land use of residential for. Next, please. Rezoning request is to maintain the existing plan development that's approved for 400 units. And the second that's here before you tonight is to allow the second option for a school campus. And the school campus would be for the elementary, middle, and a high school. We agreed to certain conditions that staff was requesting. One of them was to have a 150-foot setback from the lake. And we are also providing a 10-foot buffer along the perimeter. And the main access will be from Westlake Drive. Surrounding areas, as was described to you earlier, it's some larger lots to the north, east, and south, and to the west is a larger development with over 900 residential units. It meets the Waimama Community Plan, especially the education, to improve educational opportunities at all levels, which is what we're providing. Next. Compliance with the interlocal agreement. We had to show the compatibility, and both staff found that compatible. that there's adequate public facilities and infrastructures, which we will provide. There's no environmental constraints, nor there are any on-site archaeological or historic sites. Next, please. It is not located in the flood zone, nor close to airport, water, wastewater treatment plants, or landfill vicinity. And it will be accessed by West Lake Drive, which is a 2-lane collector, but you've heard of all the improvements that are going to be done to this lake. And we will have on-site parking within our 100-acre site. We will be able to provide all our queuing on-site. Next, please. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Staff has provided numerous policies with consistency with the plan, as well as compatible with the area. And as they concluded that it is not only consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of future of Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, but it's also comparable with the existing development pattern within the surrounding areas. Next, please. Access and connectivity. We will be providing 2 accesses on West Lake, as well as pedestrian and bicycle access to the west, to the east, and to the south, where permitted. Also, we will have 10-foot easement that will be dedicated to the county, and this is the request from the Waimama community, where they wanted to have some kind of access to the lake, and so we were providing this easement access. And we will also provide 25-foot right-of-way along the south and the east for future connection and roadway improvements by the county. Like I said, Development Services Department found the request approvable subject to these conditions, and we do agree with the revised conditions that was provided by Mr. Grady tonight. The Planning Commission staff found it consistent, and there was no objections from any reviewing agencies. And I have with me Michael Yates, if you have any questions.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please sign in. All right, Development Services, please.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is for a major modification to PD 14-0319, which is approved for 400 single-family residential units. The applicant seeks to add a second development option to allow for up to 3 public schools on the site. The site is 100 acres in size and located on the east side of West Lake Drive, south of State Road 674. No PD variations or waivers are requested. The site is located in the Res 4 future land use category, which is suburban land use category for both residential and non-residential uses. The surrounding area is currently transitioning to a suburban development pattern given the flu category and area's presence within the urban service area. Single-family residential is present to the north, south, and east. A large PD development is under development to the west. Residential uses will be constructed across from the site. Staff's review of the project included the following factors. Public schools are exempt from numerous LDC requirements, such as building height, FAR, etc. Nonetheless, the project proposes buffering screening along the perimeter and a significant setback in tree plantings along Lake Waimama. The applicant has agreed to an easement for public passive recreation uses on the site at the request of the community. No compatibility issues have been identified by staff, and no objections from reviewing agencies were received. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to conditions of approval. I will note that Transportation Review's full report was not available when we filed our staff report, so I am entering the complete report into the record, which has been handed out.
I have a copy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That concludes my presentation. It will be available for any questions.
None at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject properties in the residential 4 future land use category. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Waimama community plan. In the urban service area, 80% or more of new growth is to be directed there per the comprehensive plan. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 and policies 1.2 and 1.4 of the future land use element by providing growth to the urban service area. Existing land uses immediately surrounding the property include single-family residential, agricultural land, and Lake Waimama to the north. The proposed school campus is a residential support use and is listed as a need in the Waimama Community Plan under Goal 8. The site will be designed with 3 separate school buildings, internal circulating roadways, sidewalks, and playing fields. The site will be surrounded by fencing as a safety measure and to provide a buffer from the surrounding properties. There's a gated bike and pedestrian access point on the east and south sides of the campus. and vehicular ingress and egress points on the west side of the campus. The proposal is consistent with Objective 16 and policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element, and Objective 12-1 and policy 12-1.4 of the community design component. To address policy 16.16 and the school's location close to the lake, the school board has committed to set back the high school building at least 150 feet from the lake. In addition, they will provide a row of evergreen shade trees, which will not be less than 10 feet high at the time of planting, and spaced more than 50 feet apart. Due to the site's location on the lake, through streets every quarter mile are not feasible due to environmental constraints. The school use also has operational and safety restrictions that limit access to the campus, which does not make it feasible for through roads per the policy direction in the Waimama community plan of having through roads every quarter mile. However, to contribute towards the intent of that goal in the community plan, the school board will be dedicating land for future rights of way on the southern and eastern boundaries of the site, providing an opportunity for connections to the neighborhoods to the east and south should the county pursue it. And there are no plans for any infrastructure at this time. But based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that wants to speak in favor? Yes, sir. You go ahead and come forward. Do we have anyone online? Okay. Good evening again.
Good evening, Gil Martinez with the Waimama Community Development Corporation. Yes, indeed, we have been working very closely with the school district on this project, and we appreciate what district is bringing to the community. With that said, there are some conditions that we'd like for you to consider, and we would be bringing her up to the Board of County Commissioners as well, and that is maximizing access to Lake Waimama by way of a passive park of some sort. It speaks directly to the recently approved neighborhood plan, and it is truly a desire of the community. We don't have too many parks in Waimama, and this would be a signature park for us if we'd be able to get to that point. There are communications that are going on between the CDC and the school district, and we'd like to make sure that this is on the record moving forward. We'd also ask that the school district make itself available to provide a public presentation between now and the Board of County Commissioners hearing. And with that, we're very happy to be with what the school district is bringing to the table right now. We truly appreciate it, and we really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming down. If you could please sign in. All right. Anyone else that wants to testify in support? I don't see anyone. Anyone in opposition to this case? All right. Well, he comes forward. Anyone online in opposition? All right. Good evening, sir.
Greg Easters, 5635 Brigman Avenue, Waimama, Florida. My biggest concern with putting this development in this school here is I live on the corner of Brigman Avenue. I live at Brigman Avenue in Westlake. So I border their property. And already now I have a business. Already now it takes us 10, 15 minutes every morning to get out on the 674 off Westlake. I saw that they were going to consider a light, but if there's going to be 290 homes on the proposed development south of me, and then schools, 3 schools and other development that's happening around there, a light is really going to be very important to get right. I mean, that should be part of the first development. So that's my biggest concern with it.
All right. Well, thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Yes, ma'am. While she's coming forward, is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak in opposition? All right.
I'm Cheryl Vanderwall, and I'm at 5831 Brigman Avenue. Am I to understand that you no longer are looking at Brigman Avenue for a way through to the school?
We'll ask the applicant your question.
The paperwork that we got said there was a land proposed change for Brigham Avenue.
All right.
And that I have a farm that's going to connect to the school and the housing that you're putting around. So it's going to be very difficult to run my farm with little houses all the way around. So when I bought the property, I was told that that was protected land, which it is because of the tortoises and the scrub jays. So I'm in opposition of that.
All right. Thank you so much for coming down, ma'am. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you so much. All right. Seeing no one else in opposition, Mr. Grady, anything else?
I would note regarding that condition 19.2 that talk about intersection improvements at State Road 674 and Westlake Drive. There is one of those provisions are about traffic signal installation. So I would note that that is addressed in the conditions, and you can take a look at 19.2 to address with respect to intersection improvements at 674 and Westlake Drive.
Give me the citation, 19.2.
Correct. Yeah. H, 19.2H.
I see.
Yeah.
So it does require the installation of a signal at the intersection. Is it proposed? Okay. All right. Thank you. Was that your only comment? I see Mr. Ratliff. No more comments? Okay. All right. No, nothing else, Mr. Grady?
I would also know there is condition 31 deals with provision of an easement for future recreational passive uses. I think was put place in there in an attempt to try to be responsive to the comments expressed by the first speaker. But I can have the applicant can speak further to that particular issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Ms. Albert, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. If you could address the couple of questions that came up.
Yes, Isabel Albert for the record, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. First answer, Mr. Martinez, he did request a neighborhood meeting, and then that request came late, but we did agree that we would have this meeting between the ZHM and the BOCC. So we all agreed to that. So we're working on dates for that. And in response, I think Brian Grady responded for that light, that we do have a condition for that. And lastly, Ms. Cheryl, I didn't get her last name, but there's no going to be any vehicle connection to the south. That right away is just for preservation for if the county chooses.
So no connection at all to the south. Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything else you want to add before we close?
I don't think so, unless you have any questions.
No, that answered all my questions. Thank
you.
You so much. Then we'll close major modification 21-1342 and go to the next case.
The next case is agenda item D7, major mod application 22-0087. The applicant Sunstone's Community Health Centers Incorporated. The request is for a major modernization to existing plan development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here?
Yes. Good evening, Ms. Finch again. Michael Horner for the record, 14502 Northdale Avery Highway, Tampa. 33618, representing the applicant and owner of this property. Ms. Finch, I'm going to recognize Jesus Murley, who is bringing up some exhibits that we'll go through. I would note for the record that this petition comes to you with unanimous recommendations of approval, including findings of consistency from the Planning Commission on all goals, policies, and objectives of the comp plan, as well as no objections or opposition from any review agencies. Ms. Finch, this is at the southeast corner. Also, Mr. Michael Yates of Pond Traffic Engineering will be following me with brief transportation overview comments. This is at the southeast corner of State Road 674 and Arterial Highway and 15th Street Southeast. This is part of a larger master plan PD. We are modifying the northwest portion of this PD. This PD has been approved for two sub-villages, Village 1A and Village 1B. Village 1A was approved for 13,000 square feet of BPO uses and 7,150 square feet of CG restricted uses. Also retail, convenience, shoppers goods, restaurants, personal services, and CG development standards. Village 1B, which is the southern portion of the subject tract, has approved for a life care treatment facility up to 58 beds. We are modifying both Village 1A and Village 1B to accommodate a 24,074 square foot Suncoast Medical Center. This is a medical center that is long been in need in this area. It serves underinsured and uninsured population numbers of the Ruskin community. It's critical. They have other facilities throughout Hillsborough County serving those same niche needs. And this is their first location, the Ruskin community. And they're excited to offer this proposal for the southeast corner of 674 and 15th Street. There's the aerial photograph. You can see commercial uses surrounding this site. A lot of this development has not yet come into fruition. We are modifying the north 3.89 acres. If you look at the FAR comparison, we are well below the thresholds for the SMU6 category. Again, this is office medical use. This is not retail. This is not an ALF. Therefore, we are not in need of a waiver of commercial locational criteria. We are in the SMU6 planned sector category. Jesus, if you can go to the next exhibit, please. Continue on to the master plan there. So this is the master plan that was approved. Again, we are modifying the northern portion, 3.89 acres. This site was approved with access at the eastern side to State Road 674 and also 15th Street. We are not able to secure that access approval on this modification based upon discussions with FDOT that Mr. Yates will address. Therefore, that eastern access to 674 due to spacing standards has been eliminated. We're providing direct access, cross access, to that eastern property. Our access drive on 15th Street has been moved to the south based upon siting criteria that Mr. Yates will address. Next exhibit, Jesus. Next exhibit, please. Again, this is the Village 1A and Village 1B. Go back just for a moment, as long as the graphic is there. That is how the graphic lays out. Currently on the approved master plan, Ms. Finch, you can see the retail center commercial CG uses oriented to 674 with the driveway on the east side of 674, and then the ALF directly south, and then there's a wetland system extends to the triangle to the south. Proposed next exhibit, please. This is our proposed plan, Ms. Finch. Again, we modified it somewhat. We asked for the continuance to this hearing date from February to allow for slight changes and modifications. The biggest change is allowing for a drive-through window for the pharmacy, and that drive-through window has been accommodated on the east side of the building. We have parking along the western side on 15th Street, also south of the building. The parking area bay on the north side, south of State Road 674, per the community plan requirements, is restricted to just a single parking bay only. We have a retention pond further south. I might add, Ms. Finch, we are overparked. I believe we have almost 194 parking spaces. That is an excess of what is required. But we feel that additional flexibility is important to have, since this will be a very important and a very attractive facility for the residents in need of these medical services. And we think that draw will be throughout the community. We also filed for an increase, Ms. Finch, in square footage. That's why you may see in the staff report drafts and the drafts forwarded to you as part of this agenda package for up to 24,200 square feet. We did file for that. We did request that. So in our narrative, you will see 24,200 square feet of floor area. Unfortunately, there was a design exception filing, and staff ruled that because that design exception that was approved for 24,074 square feet was not updated to the 24,200, that we were no longer entitled to that request. So we believe that 126 square feet is de minimis and did not have any impacts on transportation criteria, but because of process, we have agreed, and the conditions therefore require us to restrict the square footage to the 24,074 square feet and not the 24,200 square feet. That just makes one minor modification of a stairwell required. It would have been nice to have additional flexibility, but we are proposing to maintain the 24,074 square feet with the drive-through window. Next slide, please. And I think that ends our graphic exhibits. Ms. Finch, we have gone through the conditions of approval of staff. Thank you, Jesus. We are in agreement with all of these conditions. As you can see, we are removing a lot of approved commercial entitlements as well as the ALF on this 3.89 acres. Our FAR dropped significantly. Our trip generation dropped significantly. We have only the medical use proposed. This is not a speculative venture. This is one that Suncoast Medical Center is looking forward to constructing to serve the Ruskin community. College Avenue is an arterial highway. 15th Street Southeast is a collector. This is the appropriate location for that use. No wetlands are being impacted. We also meet all section 60606 requirements for buffering and screening. I'm going to stop there. I just want to make sure that we are agreeing also on the height of the building. The structure is already approved for 50 feet. BPO standards allow for 50 feet in height, while our building is proposed slightly around 41 feet. We would like to maintain that same 50 feet in height as part of the conditions. I just want to make that clear. It was not clear reading the conditions that staff proposed. Okay, Suze, if we could just do one quick screen share on the elevations, if that's possible, the exhibit that we filed to staff on the building elevations. Excuse me, Ms. Finch, just one moment. There we go. If we can reduce that just a little bit of a zoom out. So you can see these elevations, Ms. Finch, very attractive building, flat roof, and also some design architectural feature and enhancements. Clearly a standout building that represents a very attractive design. This will be a focal point for the Ruskin community. This is a need for the Ruskin community, and I think it's one building that the community can certainly be proud of. That concludes my presentation. I'm going to defer to Mr. Yates for a brief comment on the design exception and traffic, and then we'll close. Unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Not at this time. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I just want to go through the design exception real quick with you. What we are proposing is to add a southbound left turn lane for the driveway. There is an existing northbound left turn lane here. Today, basically, this will be extended to the south and provide the southbound left turn lane for our driveway. As part of the design exception request, we will be adding F-type curb along the east side. It already exists along the west side, and we'll be adding a 12-foot multi-use path along the east side of the property, which will connect up to the sidewalk on State Road 674. That's all I have. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
And none at this time. Thank you. Mr. Horner, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does, Ms. Finch, unless you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Not at this time. Thank you so much. Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services, as noted by the applicant, the request is for a major modification to approve PD 070234 to modify the 3.89 acre the portion of the property to allow a 24,074 square foot medical clinic with accessory pharmacy with drive-through. As noted by the applicant, they did request 24,200, but again, because of the issue with the design exception and needing to amend that and not being able to amend that in order to, given the fact that they desired to proceed to this hearing, they did agree to reduce the square footage to 24,074, which again is a slight reduction, in staff has no issues or concerns with that, and that is consistent with the design exception, so we're supportive with that reduction. As noted by the applicant, that the parcel associated with this change is approved for a number of uses. Therefore, staff did find the requested modification to the PD to allow for this medical clinic to be considered consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern. With respect to the building height, the conditions provide for BPO development standards, which will allow for a fit maximum building height of 50 feet. So I believe that that issue is addressed in the conditions. I would also ask the applicant on rebuttal to confirm if the graphics they showed, did they intend to commit to those, or was that just for illustrative purposes? Because right now the conditions are silent with respect to those renderings. So just wanted the applicant to confirm if they intended to comply with those, because then we would need to add a condition specifying that. Otherwise, again, if they're just for additional information, no condition is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed use 6 or SMU 6 land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Ruskin and South Shore community plans. In the urban service area, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed there. Policy 1.4 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. The subject site is proposing a 2-story medical office within the urban service area, and is compatible with the scale of the existing character of development in the area, which is primarily low-density residential. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of Objective 16. The development pattern of the surrounding area is currently vacant land with single and 2-family residential interspersed with agricultural lands. A medical office clinic provides an appropriate transition of uses as per policy 16.2 from the intersection of 15th and College Avenue and into low-density residential to the east and west along College Avenue. The site is also located at the intersection of a county state arterial, College Avenue East, and county collector, 15th Avenue East, and is an example of higher intensity uses being restricted to collector and arterial roads as per policy 16.5. Access will be provided along 15th Street East and Southeast, and the southeast portion of the site will be developed with a stormwater pond. Finally, the proposed development meets the intent of the economic development goal of the South Shore Community Plan, which recognizes the preferred development pattern for each of the communities that make up the South Shore, and that also includes Ruskin. Goal 2 of the Ruskin Community Plan seeks to ensure that there are appropriately zoned areas for office and industrial development. More specifically, the proposed rezoning meets the intent of Goal 7 that outlines the desired development pattern for College Avenue East by directing office, professional, and residential uses to locate between 12th and 21st Street along College Avenue. The subject site is located in the preferred area and furthers the vision of the community plans. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed application consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one? All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Horner, you have 5 minutes. If you could address Mr. Grady's question about the renderings being part of the conditions, or are they just illustrative of the project? I think your microphone is off.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Grady. I do see in the third line of the conditions, Ms. Finch, that it is per BPO development standards and not just BPO development uses. So we're fine on that. On the elevations, those were prepared by Robert J. Lentz, who was the project architect. I think they're substantially close to what is being proposed, but just in case there are minor deviations from that, I'll file those only as illustrative elevations and not binding. Otherwise, we stand on the record of the site plan. We agreed with all the conditions, and we appreciate your recommendation of support.
All right, thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close major modification 22-0087 and go to the next case.
Next item's in item D8, major mod application 22-0103. The applicants Nick Pulero and Heritage Station Capital Group LLC. The request is for a major modification to existing plan development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with half 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. I have a presentation for you. Thank you. Next. So the site is located at the northwest corner of Cypress Lane and US Highway 41. It is currently zoned plan development. There's two parcels. The northern parcel that's currently developed is approved for 50,000 square feet of office use. And the undeveloped parcel is approved for 20,000 square feet of retail use, or less office and more retail, up to 16,000 square feet. They had two options there. The future land use, future land use designation is neighborhood mixed use 4. You'll see all along the corridor of US 41 is pretty consistent with these type of developments. Next. This is what's currently approved on site. These are office uses with design requirements of the Lutz overlay, which they have met. Next. And so the proposed request right now is to keep parcel A as is, but to allow greater development for parcel B. We have 3 different options that we had. So option 1 is to allow for a gas station and for a drive-through restaurants or fast food restaurants. Or option 2 is to allow also the gas station, fast food restaurants, and up to 15,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses. And those two is shown on the site plan and conditioned that the gas station shall be positioned 500 feet away from the well to the north that's located in the office park. And also for the third option is to prohibit the gas station or the fast food, but to allow up to 25,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses. It is in the parts of the Lutz community area, but we are asking to allow for a row of parking, one row of parking along both streets, the US 41 and Cypress Lane. And this is consistent with the existing development to the north, where they have a scenic corridor and a row of parking spaces. So we're trying to keep it consistent. We are requesting a second access onto Cypress Lane. However, we are removing one access on US 41 that was previously approved. Next. So this is the 30-foot buffer, the scenic corridor, and then the row of parking that we would like to duplicate on our site, and the architectural elements that will also need to be complied with. Next. So since the original approval in 2002, there were some major road improvement that was done on Cypress and US 41. So these have been made. And then part of this request was to have a design exception for the area that we've already built upon on Cypress Lane. And I have with Steve Henry, if you have any questions, to go further into the design exception. Next. Next. So in terms of compatibility, the surrounding properties to the north is the office park. Further to the north is additional commercial. To the south of us is some auto-oriented uses. To the east is a 6-lane US 41, and further to east of that is some residential development. To the west, immediately to west, we have a large preservation area, and then further to the west is some residential. Development Services did find the request compatible with the area and did not identify any issues with that, as well as the Planning Commission found that the request is compatible with the area. Next. Staff finding found it approvable subject to the conditions, and the Planning Commission staff also found it consistent with the future of the comprehensive plan, identifying all these developments and policies within the comprehensive plan. Sorry about that. And reviewing agency did not have any objections to this request. And I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Not this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We did conduct the traffic analysis for the project, and also, as indicated, we do have a design exception that has been deemed approvable. I'm happy to go over that if you'd like. The one thing I do want to address is condition number 14. That is a new condition, and it deals with the improvements along US 41. And primarily it deals with adding southbound right turn lanes. And if you read the condition, it says subject to FDOT approval. We have had a pre-app with DOT, and they've actually specifically said they didn't want the right turn lanes, or they weren't required. If you look out there on 41, they haven't put any turn lanes on most of the intersections out there. And so that was their position on that. We're happy with the condition as it is, with subject to DOT, because obviously when we submit it, we'll have to submit another traffic study with that. But we just wanted to make you aware that at this point in time, based on what they've seen, that they have not required the right turn lane. And and I will enter the pre-app notes into the record, so you've got those.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I'll be very brief. There's one element of this request that I feel will get more attention possibly than the rest of it. That is the element of underground storage tanks. I just want to put it out there that I am not an expert in that field. Ms. Albert is not, Mr. Henry is not. We're not going to offer expert testimony as to their safety, operation, or maintenance. I have brought with me several copies of the Florida Annotated Code, which governs all that. And I would presume that any testimony be limited to expert testimony when we're talking about the tanks, should that arise.
But just to be clear, there's no tanks on the property currently. This would be in the future if it were developed.
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ms. Albert, does that complete your presentation?
For now, but I might come back afterwards.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Development Services, please.
Brian Gray, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant requests a modification to PD 03-0348 as most recently modified by PRS 130032. The PD is currently approved for two development options. Option one, of 50,000 square feet of office in parcel A and 12,000 square feet of limited retail uses in parcel B. And option two, 46,000 square feet office uses in parcel A and 16,000 square feet of limited retail uses in parcel B. Convenience stores with gas and drive-through restaurants are not permitted under current approvals. The applicant is requesting to decrease square footage in option one to 10,200 square feet for only a convenience store with gas and drive-through restaurant, increase square footage in option two to 21,200 square feet for a convenience store with gas or drive-through restaurant and all C and zoning district uses, and add option three for parcel B to allow 25,000 square feet of C and zoning district uses, excluding convenience store with gas and drive-through restaurant. They're also removing additional agricultural requirements for parcel B and asking to allow one row of parking that will not be adjacent to the building along US 41 and Cypress Lane. And they're asking to remove hours of operation and delivery for parcel B and adding one additional access point to Cypress Lane. The PD is located in Zone 1. The wellheads protection zone and portable water wellfield protection area. More intense uses than those permitted or proposed or prohibited, and any underground storage tanks must be maintained at 500 foot setback from any portable water supply well as mapped by FDEP. Staff's review finds that one well is located within this radius. Conditions require compliance with the setback. The site is located in the NMU4 future land use category, which is the suburban land use category. Planning Commission staff has found the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and loose community plan. Also, the site meets commercial location criteria policies. The site is located on the west side of US 41, which is developed with commercial and office uses. Property to the north is developed with office uses, and property to the south is developed with an auto sales, service, and repair use. The site will continue to comply with C and zoning district standards, which address setbacks, building height, and buffering and screening to ensure compatibility with surrounding uses. Compliance with the building design requirements of loose compliance with the building design requirements of the loose rural development standards is proposed. However, one row of parking will be allowed along US 41 and Cypress Lane, which will not be adjacent to the primary buildings. As previously required, a 30-foot wide rural scenic corridor along both of these roadways will be provided. Staff has recommended approval subject to proposed conditions based on the finding of consistency from the Planning Commission, the project's compatibility due to compliance with district standards, compliance with the building requirements of the loose rural development standards, and continual proposal of the scenic corridors along both roadways. Lastly, no objections from reviewing agents were received by staff. Available for any questions.
I do have a question, but it might involve Mr. Ratliff because it pertains to the transportation comments that he filed.
Mr. Perez did the review for this one. So
If Mr. Perez, excuse me, sorry. If Mr. Perez is available, hello, thank you. I note in the transportation analysis that the county did for this, that it discusses the three options that are proposed as part of the modification. And option 2, it talks about the convenience store, or the fast food restaurant and the 15,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial. But then it has a caveat under option 2 that says it's only the gas or the convenience store and gas and the fast food in this option. But then maybe I'm just talking myself through this. So now when I read the condition that the development services proposes, it is the same thing. I apologize. I misread the or. So it is the same thing. And so that solves that question as I talk through it. I'm sorry about that. But it does talk about in your analysis, Mr. Perez, this option 1 was the worst, identified as the worst case scenario. And that was what was analyzed in the applicant's transportation analysis as compared to what was approved. And is that your testimony that traffic under option 1 is worse than what could be experienced under option 2 or 3? Is that correct?
Good evening, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. Yes, that is correct. The analysis that staff conducted of the trip generation based on option 1 does produce the highest trips based on ITE trip generation manual.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Then that was my only question. I appreciate it. Unless you had anything else you wanted to add before I move on.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. As previously mentioned, the subject property is in the neighborhood mixed use 4 future land use designation. It's in the rural area and within the limits of the Lutz community plan. The intent of the NMU4 category is to develop urban and suburban intensity and density of uses. Neighborhood commercial uses that are freestanding are required to meet commercial locational criteria. A suburban scale neighborhood commercial is limited to 110,000 square feet or a 0.25 FAR, whichever is less intense. The NMU4 allows for a consideration of 0.35 floor area ratio for office uses and mixed use projects. The proposed development has 0.19 FAR, which is below the maximum permitted. The site is not required to have a mix of land uses per the future land use element policy 19.1, as it is under the 20-acre threshold. The proposed developments within the limits of the Lutz community plan. The applicant has indicated that the development will comply with the building design standards of the Lutz rural development standards. However, the proposal will not meet the requirement to limit parking to be adjoining to the building, and parking along both roadways will be separated from the buildings. The Lutz community plan establishes certain commercial nodes and encourages commercial development within these areas. The proposal is on US Highway 41, a main arterial roadway that contains multiple commercial uses in the surrounding area. The proposed development is outside the Lutz community plan designated commercial nodes. However, it does meet the commercial locational criteria policy direction relating to maximum square footage. The proposed development is located at an intersection node and would provide a transition of uses to the existing single-family properties further west of the node. Therefore, the proposed development is consistent with the vision of the Lutz community plan. And based upon those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. All right. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor of this application online? All right. And in opposition? All right. How many hands do we have? I see 4, correct? Anybody online?
All right, then we'll just divide it up. We'll do 4 minutes apiece just to make the math work.
And when you come up, if you could please just give us your name and address before you start. Good evening. Well, we appreciate that very much.
Good evening. My name is Craig Latimer. Address is Post Office Box 2303, Lutz 33548. I'd like to correct the record immediately. I own the property. I'm one of the property owners of the property due west of this proposal. It's continually listed as vacant land both by the county and by the applicant, and it is not vacant. You can go to the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's website and see there is a residence on that, and I'm paying taxes on it, so I know for sure that it's a residential piece of property there. It's also not a preservation. It's 33 acres, 17 of it is lowlands. The other 16 is in timberland that's planted. So, one of the keys to this is the traffic. And, every single diagram that I've seen in this application lists Cypress Lane west of the proposed development, and it clearly states right on it, it is a 1-lane unimproved road. And the biggest question is how you're going to keep traffic out of there. Because all this does is lead to other small roads with no curbs, no sidewalks, a total rural residential area. The problem with that is if you're coming northbound and you want to go into this establishment, when you want to leave and continue northbound, your only choice is to go south, traverse 3 lanes of Highway 41, and then make a U-turn into 3 more lanes of Highway 41, or go those back roads where you can come around to Crenshaw Lake and 41, where there is a traffic light. But to get there, you're going to have to go through these back roads. Every westbound road dead ends. The only through road is Estes Road, which again is a rural small road with no curbs and no sidewalks on it. This is totally not compatible with the neighborhood. This area has been rural for years and years. There's a tremendous amount of environmental impact that we can talk about. And I guess, the bottom line to it is that this applicant made the same proposal several years back, and the county commission unanimously disapproved it because it was not compatible with the neighborhood. Nothing has changed.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Bless you.
Jay Muffley, 102 Fifth Avenue Southeast, Lutz, Florida. I want to introduce a letter of opposition from the Lutz Citizens Coalition President Sam Calco. Twice, gas tanks and fast food have been denied on this property. Nothing's changed. He's right.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in, you could submit your documents into the record. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening, hearing master and staff. My name is Dan Romsberg. I reside at 1816 Rebecca Road, Lutz, Florida. I am also the president of the Lake Brant Special Dependent Taxing District, representing over 100 households. I will let my letter of December 29th stand in opposition to this, and I would like to also bring up a few minor points briefly. I know the applicant will request the installation of petroleum tanks, which have both secondary containment, leak detection monitoring. This will not address the issue of customers accidentally overfilling vehicle tanks and allowing hydrocarbons to spill onto the impervious surfaces. Thereafter, these hydrocarbons will enter the retention basin. We have observed this retention basin frequently breaching the system and flowing into our fragile wetland system. This fragile system will not tolerate the introduction of hydrocarbons or other trash and debris entering our upland system. Briefly, if I can. Got it? That's all right. I like to refer to the shape of our lake as a kidney. The reason being is a kidney can't absorb these kind of, detriments to it. The other thing is that lakes are not on a transplant list, simply point.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, it's Chris Kapkovic with Lake Brand Special Dependent District, 17510 Estes Road. Let me get my glasses going here. Let me start by just saying we don't oppose the responsible development of this land. We only oppose gas station, dry cleaning, and things that would pollute the water. Right west from this property, what he called a conservation lot is Lake Brandt. It's wetlands with what he calls spitting distance from there. The storage ponds that would collect the waters from the runoff from a gas station and fast food would fill this, when it goes into the stormwater, all it does is sit there, time and gravity. And then every year it overflows into Lake Brandt, which is right there spitting distance from Lake. The wetland is nothing more than a shallow part of our lake with 70-foot, 100-year-old trees. I've been the treasurer since 1993. For 29 years, our tax district was created because of back in 50 years ago, Hillsborough County Planning Department allowed someone to dredge that canal on Lake Brandt. They actually dredged our water and created 50 additional housings on our land. So we've been dealing with the decision from some kind of Hillsborough County Planning Department for 50 years. We had to create a special dependent district to tax our people on the lake. We worked with SwiftMud, FDEP, EPC, Fish and Florida Wife, University of Florida Lake Watch Program, and the Board of County Commissioners for 29 years to manage our lake, to implement best management practices, educate lake users, and restoration projects. This year, we'll have spent over $100,000 maintaining our lake. Our homeowners have become smart environmental stewards. I believe you received over 80 opposition letters from those smart environmental stewards. Today, those should be considered 80 environmental whistleblowers. The ponds, and now 50 years later, we're looking at another decision coming out of this department, which could have, again, what's the term I use? Could place perpetual point source petroleum pollution into Lake Brandt. That is, if you allow a gas station or fast food. We would allow and want and support everything else there. Is that my time?
Yes. If you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. In opposition, what I would conclude in saying is that there's been a precedent that 7 commissioners voted on this exact issue back in 2003, and like us, allowed all these other uses, but not gas station, because again, the storm ponds on that property are designed to collect all the nutrients and then overflow directly into Lake Brandt, creating a splash, a waterfall that will create a perpetual flow of toxins into Lake Brandt, and we can't have that. That's just not right in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in.
Yes.
All right. Seeing no one else in opposition that wants to testify, we'll close that portion of the hearing. Go back to county staff. Mr. Grady.
Nothing further unless you have questions.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you. All right, Ms. Albert, Mr. Malloy, we have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
William Malloy again. Just a few points, I believe. I'm going to let Mr. Henry speak to Cypress Lane and how that's going to be an adequate thoroughfare. The previous denial, which was referenced several times, that was a 2003 case, 20 years ago, approximately. It was very similar to this ask. It was, in fact, a supported ask right up until the county commission, and then that was a bad morning for our client. I believe circumstances, science, and everything else have changed tremendously since 2003. And part or all of the issues that were of concern 20 years ago may not be as relevant today, especially with regard to the underground storage tanks. Finally, to that end, I just want to mention that we went through a fairly exhaustive vetting with almost every department that touches water in Hillsborough County to ensure that this request was appropriate at the location it is. There are wells all over Lutz, as we know. This property is appropriate for what we're asking for. It doesn't violate any buffers or any diameter preclusions, anything like that. So again, the professionals have looked at it, and where we want to put these tanks are entirely appropriate. That's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
No. I don't think so.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel. from a traffic standpoint, we're putting in the gas and the fast food, which are essentially oriented towards 41. That's the reality of where, that's the reason why we're putting those uses there. When you look at the roadway network to the west, it's virtually impossible, other than people that may live back there, to be able to, somebody who is going to the gas station is coming from 41 and going back onto 41. As far as the U-turns that talk about on there, DOT has designed the road. If you go up and down 41 other than signalized intersections, you're not going to find a full median opening. DOT has closed virtually every median opening in District 7 that accesses a 6-lane road. That's how the access works. You come out, you make a right, you go to the next median opening, you make a U-turn. Also, if you look at the staff report, 41 is a level of service C. So we really don't have a capacity issue or people trying to find other ways to get in and out when you've got an adequate access for the project and you've got an acceptable level of service on the roadway.
The access, is that south to Cypress Lane? Is that where it's proposed?
Well, we'll have access both to the north. So there's a right in, right out, left in, right out in between the office and the commercial.
To 41.
To 41.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, then we have access to Cypress Lane, which is also a left in, right out access to 41. So we've got two. So the reality is, if somebody wants to go north, they can go to the northern driveway, make a right, go down and make a U-turn there at Cypress Lane, or go out Cypress Lane. They have the two options to go out.
And the status of Cypress Lane?
We've looked at it from the standpoint, that's part of the design exception. And what we're doing there is, it's a fairly wide roadway. So we're actually putting in 11-foot lanes with 6-foot bike lanes, restriping the roadway for that. We've looked at the capacity. There's adequate capacity on Cypress Lane from our driveway to 41. There's absolutely no issue from a capacity standpoint and no problem from an operational standpoint.
And the improvements to Cypress Lane go the extent of your frontage?
Correct.
I see.
From our western driveway to 41.
I see. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Malloy, anything else before we close?
For the record, Isabel Albert with Half Associates. So I'm not a professional in underground tanks or anything like that. I'm a certified planner. However, I did research into it, and underground storage tanks are regulated by the state environmental protection agencies, as well as the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So these are heavily regulated in order to protect, in case of spills or anything. It's like they're now double walled. They have an additional containment. They have, a security system and an alarm system, and all of this has to be maintained and operated by people that are certified for these kinds of tanks, for underground tanks. And there are also, regulations for maintenance and everything. So again, this is for the record. I've just looked into that, and that was quite interesting. Also, I wanted to just clarify to Brian Grady, condition number 1, I think has to be updated to the third option. I know we all talked about 25,000 square feet, but the condition still states 30. But I just want to make sure for the record that we're all clear that it is 25,000 square feet. And I will also submit, we have about 15 letters of support. Some people in the area do want what we're proposing, and I'm going to be submitting those. Thank you.
So it is, that was my other question. I couldn't remember. It is 25,000 in the conditions. Okay. Thank you so much. All right.
We'll make that amendment.
Thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close major modification 22-0103 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D9, rezoning PD 22-0107. The applicant C. Reed Hayden and Kevin Menendez of RK Development Partners LLC. The request is rezoned from AI and PD to a plan development. Sam Ball will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening again. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. I am delighted to be presenting this PD tonight because it is as clean, I think, as a PD can be. It's about 4.73 acres. The request is to maximize the available FAR for storage uses. There are no waivers, no variances associated with this. We have no agency objections. I believe we have consistency and approval findings from Development Services and the Planning Commission. I didn't see any citizen objections in the record. I'm not sure if anyone's here tonight, but I think that's clean. We do have significant wetlands on the site, but that has actually all been accounted for through mitigation and site design. So that doesn't present any issues. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on this one.
No questions at this time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball of Development Services. I need to state for the record that the transportation report is in optics, but was not included with the staff report. There's also an error on page 8 where it refers to a modification to a PD application, and this is a rezoning to a PD. An amended staff report will be submitted to address those two items. I'm trying to get this. Okay, this request is to rezone a 4.73 acre site located on the south side of Racetrack Road, 650 feet east of Reptron Road in the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan Area, to change the zoning from agricultural industrial to planned development. The intent is to allow for the development of a mini warehouse project. The site is within the suburban mixed use 6 and research corporate park future land use classifications. The suburban mixed use portion allows up to 6 dwelling units per gross acre and a 0.5 floor area ratio up to 175,000 square feet. Typical uses include residential, suburban scale, neighborhood commercial, office uses, research corporate park uses, light industrial, multi-purpose, and clustered residential or mixed-use projects at appropriate locations. The remaining research corporate park portion allows up to a 1.0 floor area ratio, and residential would only be allowed in certain types of mixed-use developments. Land uses in the general vicinity include a multi-tenant, multi-use business center, a freestanding retail, a medical outpatient center, warehousing, and light manufacturing. On the opposite side of Racetrack Road to the north, the properties are part of a planned development developed for general office uses. The adjoining planned development PDs to the south and east are vacant and undeveloped. The vacant 41.56 acre county-owned property to the west is designated agricultural industrial. If approved, the rezoning from agricultural industrial to a planned development would allow for a mini warehouse project with up to 89,298 square feet of floor area. Based on the adjacent zonings and uses identified in the report, staff finds the proposed rezoning to a planned development compatible with existing zoning districts and development patterns in the area. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions that the use shall be for a mini warehouse without outside storage, and 89,298 square feet of maximum floor area. The maximum building coverage should be 75%. Minimum setbacks are 15 feet from the front, 15 feet from the sides, and 50 feet from the rear. And to reduce the impact to the wetlands, the vehicle use area and driveway will be required to have curbs and inverted crowns, retaining walls, and stem walls. That concludes my report. If you have any questions.
No questions, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As Mr. Ball mentioned, the subject property is located in the research corporate park and suburban mixed use 6 future land use categories. It's located in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan. The surrounding development pattern includes a vacant county-owned site to the west, a heavy industrial use to the east and further southeast, and south is designated as a group home. The group homes developed within the southernmost portion of folio 3521.4000 away from the subject site. Due to the site being within 2 future land use classifications, the applicant won't be allowed to blend the floor area ratio. The request meets the intent of policy 8.8 of the future land use element regarding blending. The site does not meet locational criteria. commercial locational criteria. The subject property is located more than 4,000 feet from the qualifying intersection of Linebaugh Avenue and Racetrack Road. Commercial locational criteria is based on the future land use category of the property and the classification of roadways as shown on the adopted highway cost affordable long-range transportation plan. Roadways listed in the table as 2 or 4 lane roadways must be shown on the highway cost affordable long-range transportation plan per policy 22.2, the future land use element. And Linebaugh Avenue and Racetrack Road is the only qualifying intersection in the immediate area. Consequently, the site does not meet the criteria. However, a waiver was requested by the applicant, and Planning Commission staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve the waiver due to the fact that the request is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone that wants to testify in support? Anyone to speak to in support of this case? Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Malloy, anything before we close?
Mr. Grady has asked me to clarify that I am in fact allowed to speak on behalf of the property owner. They're both here.
Yeah, you can have one of the property owners.
Okay.
Just put it on the record.
Oh, as the agent, I see. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Reed Hayden, 105 Bayside Drive, Clearwater, Florida. I do authorize Mr. Billy Malloy to speak on our behalf. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 22-0107.
Sir, could you sign in, please?
Oh, with the clerk's office. Thank you.
The next item then is agenda item D10, major mod application 22-028. The applicant Cammy Cormant, Jamie Merritt with Hillward Henderson. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cammy Corbett with the law firm of Hillward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. We are listed technically as the applicant. We took over for another attorney who filed the case in her own name. Typically, we are here representing Spencer Farms Incorporated this evening, who is the owner of the property and who is making the request. I'm going to be very brief. I think my presentation is going to be duplicative of staff, so I'm just going to go ahead and just give you a brief summary. We are expanding an alternative land use pocket from 14.5 acres to 24 acres, and we're reducing the number of allowable single-family lots from 450 to 350, and we're increasing the multifamily units from 300 to 400. We're not proposing any changes to any previously approved transportation conditions, which were the subject of much discussion in prior modifications. We're not proposing any of that, and we are actually having a net decrease on infrastructure demands. And I think Mr. Grady was going to clarify in one of the, if you hadn't already, in the water condition that would normally apply in South County does not apply here because we're actually reducing the equivalent residential units. So it was determined that it is not applicable here because we have no new increment of development, and that only applies with a new increment of development. And I'm here to answer any questions should you have.
No, I don't have any, but thank you. Development services, please.
Hello, Tim Lampkin here, Development Services. I'm going to share my screen. All right. The proposed development.
We're not getting anything. Not seeing your screen.
Not getting anything. Can you? Which screen do you see?
We're not seeing anything.
You're not seeing anything. Oh, okay. Sorry. Just 1 second. How's that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The applicant's proposing a major modification, PD 22-0208. And the subject property is located in the Riverview community. It's 24 acres out of 147 acre PD. What the applicant is proposing to do is expand the alternate land use pocket from 14.5 acres to 24 acres. The modification to propose the third development option for the expanded alternative land use pocket and allow multifamily uses. The applicant is not requesting an increase in density. The net zero increase in units is achieved by reducing the maximum single-family units from 450 single-family homes to 350 single-family homes, and concurrently increasing the number of multifamily from 300 dwellings to 400 dwellings. The future land use is SMU 6, suburban mixed use. It's located in the urban service area and in the Riverview community. The property is surrounded by suburban mixed use 6 on all sides. Typical uses include residential, suburban scale, neighborhood. Adjacent uses and zonings include to the immediate south is a development of 315 single-family homes on 81 acres. And to the east and the north are single-family homes and mobile homes. To the west, immediately west, is a conservation area, and further west is bordered by I-75. And here's a picture, a diagram showing in red, the expansion of the alternate land use pocket of 9.5 acre expansion area to allow the multifamily use. The dotted line shows the entirety of the alternate land use pocket, the 24 acre, which is for nursing home, extended care facilities, charter school, and replacing the single family with multifamily residential, and the entire PD boundary is shown in the dark blue dotted line surrounding the property. The application does not request any variation to the LDC, and the proposed project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Staff finds the request approvable, and that concludes staff's presentation unless there are any questions.
And no questions at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission. As Mr. Lambert mentioned, the property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore community plans. The SMU 6 future land use designation would allow for a maximum of 885 dwelling units on the entire property without considering the environmental sensitive areas, which means that the total combined 750 dwelling units will not exceed the maximum allowed per the future land use element. Staff finds that the request to increase for an increase in 50 dwelling units, the redistribution and conversion of 50 single-family units to multifamily on the east, and the development area expansion to the east, together with the language in the proposed condition 1, is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element. As mentioned, it's in the urban service area, and the proposed development meets the intent of policy 1.2, which requires the site to be developed at a minimum of 75% of the allowable density. The proposed modification is still consistent with policy 16.1, which seeks to protect neighborhoods. The site plan layout and conditions will ensure that the appropriate transitions are provided, with a single-family detached residential dwelling to the north, and the proper buffering and screening are conditioned to mitigate any impacts to the residential uses in the area. The proposed mixed-use project is compatible with the existing residential and does not exceed the maximum density allowed in the SMU 6 classification. The proposed project will also meet the intent of Objective 16 and its associated policies that require compatibility of residential development to the surrounding area. Finally, the site is within the Riverview Community Plan area. The proposed development is consistent with the Vision Statement 5, Goal 1 and 2, which encourages attractive residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. The request is consistent with the character of the community and promotes housing diversity. The proposed development will incorporate more than one housing product type and the option for a charter school or an elderly care facility. And based upon those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one online? All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Just for the record, wanted to confirm that we are in agreement with the removal of the water condition because, again, the practice is if there's for the existing PDs approved prior to the inclusion of that condition, that condition applies to new increments of development, given the fact that they're not increasing overall residential entitlements and just, again, switching single family from multifamily, it's not considered new increments in development, therefore not subject to needing to have that condition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ms. Corbett, you have 5 minutes.
Cami Corbett, just briefly, I want to show a graphic on the Elmo. Really just wanted to show this more for members of the public who might be watching. There is a graphic in the site plan that shows a comparison of the two plans of what's changing. But if someone from the public is watching this on the right, on the left-hand side, or on Major Mod 203010, you have the entire PD, and then you have that single family area to the west. And then this major modification, you see all the area that's grayed out. That's not being changed or altered by this modification. We are only changing that area in the red circle. And I just wanted to make that clarification in the record in case there are folks viewing online.
Right. And this is a graphic you'll submit into the record?
It is already in the record, yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. Then with that, we will close. You didn't have anything additionally. All right. Then with that, we'll close major modification 22-0208 and go to the last case.
The last item is agenda item D11, rezoning PD 22-0237. The applicant is Move Family Partners LLP. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 to planned development. Tanya Chappello will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Madam Hearing Master, last but not least, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Main Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the applicant on this matter. I'm going to try to be brief. I'm going to ask that we elevate North from Party Associates to assist in my graphic presentation. There we go. North, we can go to the there we go, the left graphic first, the comp plan, the colored map. This is a 4.89 acre tract. It is east of Ola Avenue, north of Fletcher Avenue, and west of Florida Avenue. Nora, if you can highlight and enlarge that left graphic, the colored map, please. There we go. So what's interesting on this, Ms. Finch, is you can see the extent of the OC20, which is the red south of Fletcher Avenue. We are directly abutting commercial zone businesses, auto parts, car lot, insurance agency, south of this tract. And then south of Fletcher is the extent of that red OC20. But in the northern portion, that is actually that land next to our eastern property line. That is an existing grocery store, a major grocery store chain. That is not in the OC20. So ironically, that corridor recognizes parking lot and cars, but it does not recognize the physical 50, 60,000 square foot major anchor of the grocery store chain, mere feet from my client's eastern boundary. If that was the case, we would have flexed that OC20 onto this property and increased the density. It's most unfortunate that can't be done, and it's not recognized because this site screams for infill density. And without that flex, we of course are restricted to the Res 4 comp plan and the density of 4 units per acre. We also considered our filing reflected our narrative report the possibility of a density infill bonus. We meet all of the criteria. However, Ola Avenue is not a collector or arterial roadway. Therefore, being a local roadway, we cannot seek that density bonus infill provision under policy 23.5. That being said, we are restricted to the density 4. We filed at 20 units and staff made us reduce that to 19 units because arithmetically 4.89 times 4 is 19.56 units. So although the staff report on page 1 indicates proposed PD zoning for 20 attached units, we have actually agreed to reduce that to 19, or the plan reflects that. You can go to the next exhibit, please, Nora. So here's the aerial photograph. Enlarge that just a little bit. And again, you can see that this, back to the aerial photograph, please. You can see that this site is heavily treed. We do have some grand oaks. We have retained an arborist, and we will be recognizing those findings during site review. We will certainly make every effort to incorporate and protect those grand trees where we can, and work with natural resources on their preservation. We are east of Ola Avenue. We are abutting, and you can see the aerial photograph, the 3 commercial businesses, zone PD, CG, and CN to our south. And as I just referenced a moment ago, you can see the large anchor grocery store directly east of this property. To the north, Ms. Finch, is a multifamily, non-conforming use that has been there for a number of years. That is a recreational vehicle and mobile home park, much higher density than Res 4, I can assure you. Unfortunately, it does not have to meet the Res 4 density provision by nature of that use. And we, of course, recognize that as the northern boundary. Next graphic, please, Nora. So our proposed site plan initially reflected an extension of Capitol Drive into this proposed single-family attached townhome development. 2 things came up on this. One was we clustered the buildings closer to the commercial so that we could aggregate a larger pond area on the north side. We felt that that separation was more important than to the commercial zone properties. However, we do have a 2-to-1 tiering requirement under staff buffer requirements. And in order to meet that, this current plan with that reduced buffer and setback of those southern buildings would be in non-compliance with that tiering setback requirement. So we amended the site plan and revised it to incorporate a 2-for-1 setback and additional buffering and screening. It also necessitated an access relocation. Next exhibit, please, Nora. So here's our final site plan. If we can zoom in just a little bit, that's good. And we now have met the staff requirements for 2 issues. One is the minimum separation between the proposed driveway and Capitol Drive, which lies to the southwest. That alignment no longer takes place. And we have shifted these units to the center portion of this project site. And we also incorporate for the county's transportation requirement sidewalks that continue all the way around on that rear parking area. So we have sidewalk connectivity. We meet the setback requirements. In fact, we far exceed by having 80 feet almost north and to the south, over 80 feet. And then we make that separation requirement provision between the driveway. You're probably wondering, why do we need so much stormwater area? You will see that we have a floodplain compensation designation. This is in a flood zone. It will require a higher percentage of coverage. We are going through those drainage calculations now based on the impervious surface proposed. So we have to have a disproportionate amount of this proposed stormwater area. We will incorporate the buffering and screening. And again, based on where those grand tree assessments fall on the arborist findings, we hope to save as many of those grand trees as islands or wells within that compensation area on this site. These will be 2-story Ms. Finch. These will be single-family attached. They will have garages. They will have most likely a pitched roof. These will be anywhere from 1,900 to 2,300 square feet. They are for fee simple. This is not an apartment community. This is not a rental community. This is going to have a starting price of around $375 to $450 to $500,000 each. So unfortunately, we heard some rumors in the neighborhood that were circling that this might be a Section 8 project. I hate to use that term because it's a good program and serves a number of needs throughout our community. However, it also has a connotation of being a project that lowers property values. I can assure you this is not a subsidized federal housing project. This is a private developer. It will be developed with those units as proposed, and these prices will be starting at $425 to $450. I said $375. Actually, they're actually $450 to $500,000. You'll also know that we are now at 19 units. We did have a plan at 20, and then the last revised plan submittal, we dropped that down to 19 units. That's all I have for you, except for maybe an elevation discussion, nor if we can look at those elevations briefly. This is not the project. This is a project very similar by the same developer off Kenyon Drive, south of Bush Boulevard. I represented as well. But I want to give you these elevations. We provided them to staff as illustrative only. Our units proposed here will actually be a little bit larger in terms of the square footage, but the pitched roof, the garages, the design enhancements and features are very similar to this. So while I can't bind ourselves as these are the specific building elevations, the architect has not yet designed them for this project. They will be very close to these elevations, and we file these just for your review and not be bound to a condition of architectural design standards for this project. We have all recommendations for approval. I don't think we have any opposition or objections. We've talked to a number of neighbors who have been most kind and understanding. Again, I think they were worried about this being a rental project. We did speak with several property owners to the west and to the south. I hope they're still in support. We had some very favorable comments. For those rumors out there on Section 8, we are certainly putting that one to rest. I'm happy to answer any questions, Ms. Finch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. No questions at this time. Development Services.
Tanya Chapella, Development Services. I'll share my screen. I recognize a couple of mistakes on the report. So as Mr. Horner already mentioned, the actual number of units is 19, and it is not 20, as it is in the page number 1. And then also page number 5 contains information about the zoning and the allowable uses, which is not correct. We have residential single family to the west, multifamily to the north, and commercial uses to the east and south. So I have the wrong screen.
Ms. Chappelle, I assume you'll file a revised staff report?
I will do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you trying to share the PowerPoint?
The other, yeah,
The PDF or the PowerPoint?
the presentation.
If you're trying to share the PowerPoint, you got to go do display settings and maybe switch and then full screen. So display settings right there, a little down. Yeah, click display settings. You just had it. It's like in the top middle. We're getting a PowerPoint now. Yeah.
Good. So Tanya Chapella, Development Services. This application is PD 220233. It's a rezoning to a planned development. The applicant, Malou Family Partners LLP, seeks a major modification to PD for a 4.89 acre site to allow a 19 multifamily development, 19 units multifamily development. The site is within the future land use classification of RES 4, which allows up to 4 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.25 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land use and OC 20. The area today generally consists of single-family residential and general commercial development. A mobile home park also exists adjacent to the north. The site is currently approved for RSC6 uses. The proposed uses will be restricted to 19 attached townhome units. Based on the RES 4 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses development standards for the PD 220237 zoning district, staff finds the request supportable. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
No questions. Thank you so much for your testimony. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As Ms. Chapella just mentioned, the subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use designation. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. Because the property is in the urban service area, 80% or more of new growth is to be directed there per the comprehensive plan, and the proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 and policies 1.2 and 1.4 of the future land use element by providing growth in this area. The proposed planned development meets the minimum density required for properties in the urban service area by providing 19 single-family residential units on a 4.89 acre site, which is consistent with the density expected in this category. The planned development proposes 4 buildings with 4 attached units in each and 1 building with 3 attached units. To screen the residential units from the surrounding commercial properties, a type B buffer is proposed on the southern boundary. The stormwater retention areas that surround the residential buildings will serve as a natural buffer as well. The subject site is surrounded by light commercial, such as a grocery store to the east, a mobile home park to the north, and single-family homes to the west. The application is consistent with Objective 16 and policies 16.2, 16.3, and 16.8 of the future land use element, as well as Objective 12-1 and policy 12-1.4 of the community design component. Finally, the request is consistent with goals 1, 2, and 7 of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. The proposed infill development is located near a major commercial corridor and will provide a place for citizens to live by places they can walk to. This supports the intent of transit-oriented development, which is a goal in the community plan. And based upon those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposal consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak either in support or against the application? All right, seeing no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Horner, you have the last word.
Last word for the last case. Thank you, Ms. Finch. I would just thank Ms. Chappelle for making those corrections, noting that commercial zoning and land uses are entirely east of the site and entirely south. And ironically, we have the existing zoning as RSC 6, which permits 7,000 square foot lots and in a Res 4 plan sector. So that is rather unique. However, we're restricting this to the 19 units with 4 units per acre. That concludes my presentation. We appreciate your time. Ms. Finch, this is my last zoning hearing master presentation. I'm retiring after 42 years, so thank you for your time and your service, and best wishes.
Well, you went out with a bang, having almost a case tonight. So we appreciate your service to this community. So thank you so much. All right, then with that, we will close rezoning 22-0237 and adjourn the hearing. I appreciate everyone's time and testimony.